And we're live. Nice. What's going on, guys? We'll get right into this. And see what people think about the pro-life and pro-choice thing. I think that's kind of where it starts. It's a culture war. Or one of the bases, I guess, with the mass disconnect that we're going through. One of the main ones, we'll say. That, yeah, most don't like government and politics, but you talk about pro-life or pro-choice, most people have an opinion on that. So, dive into that a little bit. This article I have pulled up is from my prior stream, or not stream, but video. What's going on, Blader Frisbee? I hope you had a good day, man. I seen you jamming on your guitar. I didn't get to listen to it, but I seen you posted a video up. Pretty sweet, man. I seen the picture. I wasn't sure exactly what was going on with your Omegle. I was saying go to manage, and then it had another picture, but it didn't let me see what it was. It just skipped instantly. So, if it's not on the web browser, it's probably in your settings. That's basically telling your computer that it's not allowed to connect to internet sites. So people aren't able to just hack your computer and get onto it. So, it's for a good reason, most likely. But there's probably a setting if you go just to camera settings. Like completely offline, go into your settings there, and you'll be able to figure something out. But yes, this will be for the intro. Hell yeah! I didn't see it. Let me check it real quick. I didn't see what your response was either. But dude, that sounded badass, and it already kind of sounds like it. You know what I mean? I know obviously that's not what you were going for, and you want to make a whole song out of it, but it sounded really good. Like, and I was like thinking, watching Crowder and all these people, that they have kind of like an intro thing. No, it's good. It's good. I was thinking though, I don't know how good you are at editing. That's what I was gonna say. You had this swinging. I was thinking kind of how, like, again, how Crowder has it, where he's like talking to people, doing different things. Like, it'd be cool to have that, like, just little random clips pulled from even my clips about us maybe like cracking up or laughing or doing something, but it'll be silent, and then you'll have that song in the background. You know what I mean? I think it'd be really cool, just to kind of intro, like to start out. Because it'll kind of explain. It's random. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it is mostly random. I'm doing random things, trying new things, but to showcase that before the video, to let people know, like, you don't really know what you're getting into almost. But at the same time, it's going to be interesting, I think, to talk to people online, to look at the history and compare it to today. I think that's interesting. Different things. During the day when I do little mini segments, it's just me venting. YDK for real, what's good? Dude, I just noticed that you were from Twitch. I didn't realize that. But I just noticed that the other day. Like, I got 2 different people off Twitch in a week, so that was pretty cool. I appreciate you coming back, man. But let's get into this. I'm gonna take a little rib skirts real quick. Try to get into the zone. Just chill out a little bit because it's gonna get intense. I think. I have a feeling that people are gonna get really mad at me, but I got my case. I'm gonna put it out there, and we'll see what the census is. I'm not gonna show that part of my hat. That's why I have the camera kind of up. Yeah, I'm gonna go on Omegle right now. I'm just getting prepped for it. A little discussion before never hurt anybody, right? Chill out a little bit. Chill. Just let's ease our way into this one. All right. I'm not gonna show the hat at first, unless they're pro-life as well. Once we get into a discussion, they actually talk. Maybe I'll lean more down, but I'm gonna try to leave it out of view for the second. See how it goes. Make sure that I have this set up correctly. Alright, we're good there. Let me go here real quick. Let me go, alright. Got that all done up. Let me let my dog in. Slash comes running in too. Little slashers. Alright. Here we go. Alright.
I can learn to understand you much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk.
Don't talk to me. I don't know if I'm pro-choice or pro-life. I used to be pro-life, but then I thought about how some babies have really bad issues and they would live long. They wouldn't live long, and it would be best to put it down. Dude. If you have that mindset, I mean, if your grandpa isn't able to walk anymore and eat for himself, do you kill him? Like, at that point, it would be the same scenario. This person obviously didn't live a whole life, so it's a little bit different, but the sense is that I think that you're killing somebody, and I don't believe in the death penalty even. So, I mean, principles are stable, that it's really about, it's a life. So, I mean, regardless of your condition, think about somebody who's born brain dead, or who goes brain dead. Do you kill them after they go brain dead? What if they're 16 and they get into a car accident and they're brain dead? You just kill that person because they're a vegetable at that point, or do you try to help them and wait till science is able to fix them, or hope for something else? It's kind of like putting down a dog, isn't it? I mean, well, the thing is when do you put down a dog? Have you had to experience that before? So, yes, some people will pull the plug on people, but when do you do it is the question, and do you do it before you know? And that's kind of the question. I mean, yes, and think of it, if it's an elderly person, I mean, the baby you don't know, you know it's going to come out, and it's going to have a rough life. But the fact is that can even change. One of my best friends that I went to high school with literally was told with her brother and her that both of them would have Down syndrome. Neither one of them have Down syndrome. Um, they're one of the coolest people that I've ever met in my life, and I'm glad that they didn't decide because it was going to be a rough life that their life should end. Um, and the fact is the doctors were wrong. So I'm not saying that they are going to be wrong all the time or that that happens every time, but the fact is where do you draw the line? What's the limit? Is this person going to come out to where it's not able to breathe for itself? I mean, how did it survive in the womb? Was it going off the mom, and then once it gets disconnected from the mom, it just completely dies? I mean, well, you're not killing it at that point. It would die on its own. So what's the difference, right? I mean, you let it live, and then if it dies, or if you have to do something, I mean, if your dog's able to get a surgery and live off the rest of its life, but it's like just chilling there, I mean, but it's smiling all day long, it's like, it's a rough one for me, man. When you bring it to the dog, that's really the best point you could bring forward, because with the dog, I have experienced that to where a dog has literally not been able to go and take a shit and eat for itself, and when it's a 160-pound dog, and I didn't do it, but I suggested it prior because the dog was in pain. It's like when you hit a deer on the side of the road, and it is dying, yes, you put it out of its misery. But that's after the life has already been put forward. So this is prior, and something is growing. Things can change. It's not a definite thing because you're making it a definite thing to kill it. So there's a difference there. And it's a fine line, but you can definitely find it. And and then you bring it even further, and it's regardless, you're still killing it, but would it want to be like? Is it able to tell you, like the dog's looking at you like, man, I can't go take a shit. I really got to take a shit, and I can't eat right now. So I mean, when you have a baby doing that, baby is unaware of what it needs. This dog's lived for a long time. Someone who you might be able to say that this cord was pulled on this person because they wanted it. Well, there's definitely a difference there, but it's a very fine gray line. It's like pretty much the best point to bring up is an animal when you're talking pro-life and pro-choice. Because when you bring it to an animal, the games change. But then again, it's like eating an animal versus eating another human, right? So, yeah, they're both meat, right? But there's definitely a difference there. That one's a little bit more drawn out of a line, but regardless, there's definitely a line when you're talking the difference between an animal and a human. So, it's your own kind versus another, and that's not like saying like racism or anything like that, but like another species, not just, I don't know, but we'll get into this. I'm glad you have your point of view as well, and I'm glad you put it forward, and that's pretty much the best way you can put it. So shows you got a good head on your shoulders. At least you're thinking. You've kind of brought it to the level that it's not just a simple thing, but you could relate it to something simple, which is the best way to explain your point. And I congratulate you on that, but I still am not in agreement. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let me see. Yo, dude. Hey, can I ask you something? No? Hey, are you... Yo, dude.
What's up, boy?
Hey, can I ask you something?
Son of a bitch.
What?
What the fuck?
Hey, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
What?
Do you like abortions or no?
Good night.
Good night. Yo, dude.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on? Find strangers with common interests. Enable. Oh, I didn't have it on. Alright. There we go.
Stuck in the
Yo,
middle.
dude. Yo.
Yo.
Yo, dude. Hey, I got a
What?
question for you. Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-choice.
Pro-choice? Why?
I mean, say I'm 16, right?
Mhm.
Say I'm supposed to have a baby right now by accident.
Mhm.
Not have.
Well, it wouldn't be by accident. Like you would.
I wouldn't mean to have the baby.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I'm young. I can't take care of no baby.
Let me ask you this. Did you make a mistake?
Yeah.
And what could have prevented that?
A condom.
Exactly. Good man. And what happens when she says don't do it, or I'm on the pill, or what? Like, and it does happen at that point. Like, regardless, it's you who made the mistake, not the baby. Is how I look at it.
That's true.
So when you go and put your burden on another person, especially a baby, it kind of seems immoral in my opinion. That's why I'm pro life.
If you think about it, it's not a baby yet. It's like taking a plan B. But damn that.
So what constitutes a baby though?
I don't know. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
So what I'll say is, plan B, it'll work, but you won't know if you do have a baby or not if you do take plan B, because it only works basically the day after, right?
Yeah.
So say you don't do it the day after and you find out you're pregnant, the only time you can actually find out you're pregnant is about a month after you actually are impregnated, and the baby's heart is already started processing. So you already have a baby heart beating inside of you. Would you say that at that point, I mean, if you don't take plan B, let's say, and then you get to the point where you find out you have a baby, and then you know it's a baby, and at that point it already has its heart beating, would you consider that a person with a heart?
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
All right.
I hope you have a good night, man. Fuck yeah. Oh, that was good. That was great. I loved it. He brought it up too. If he found out he would have a baby, he would think of it as a human life. And he wouldn't put his own burden on it. Ah. Satisfaction. The first one. I was such gratitude. I don't know if he would still at that position put himself in it, but he's gonna think about what I said. If he is in that position. So that was fucking awesome. It's really just breaking down where they're at. Tags, Biden, Trump, TikTok, and YouTube. TikTok is the one I'm on right now. Basically, like, you won't find me on there, but I can put on a tag for you if you want to talk, because you got your own opinion too. Alright. Number two. The first one's good, man. I'm feeling good. Yo, dude.
Yo, dude.
Hey, can I... She's hating. Yo. Yo.
What?
Yo.
What?
Hey, can I ask you a question?
No.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice? No. 1239. All right, I'll put that one on there. Oh, it has a dot in there. Yo, dude. Yo. Hey, can I ask you something?
Yeah, what's up?
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-choice.
Why?
Because I had an abortion.
Well, so you're pro-choice because you had one?
Well, I was pro-choice before.
Oh, okay. Why were you before?
Because why is it anyone else's choice to decide what someone does with their body, aside from, like, the person whose child it's supposedly with?
Well, I would just say what gives you the right to decide what the child does?
That's not even a child.
What constitutes a child?
When it's born. It's a fetus up until the moment it's born.
So you would kill a baby who's 9 months old?
Sure.
So you know what premature births are?
Yeah.
So if you killed it at 9 months, it could have been born a month before and been living at that point.
Okay, and?
So you can literally give birth to it at that point, or you can kill it, right?
Yeah.
So you're deciding to kill something rather than let it live?
Yeah, if that's the right choice for you. And honestly, most women decide before the 9-month mark. So
Well, you know,
it's literally like the 1%. I don't know if you've done your research, because it honestly sounds like you haven't. But it's really like the 1% of women that have abortions after, like, in the 3rd trimester. It's 1%, and it's usually for medical reasons. No one is gonna just say, oh, 9 months along, I'm gonna have an abortion now. This baby's about to be born tomorrow. I'm gonna have an abortion now.
Well, that's what
Abortions are
my
usually
concern
decided.
is. That's what my concern is. That
Okay, well, you have
97%
nothing to
of
be
them.
concerned about, because that doesn't happen. And if it does happen, it's for medical reasons. Look it
Well,
up. 1%
I'm
of
looking. Well, yeah, I'm saying 97% of them is because of not a medical reasons, like your situation, which I applaud you. Well, not applaud you. I appreciate you telling me your story, or letting me know. I'm not despairing you at all. I'm just questioning it. And the reason why I care is because 1 million babies die a year. And when you look at the number one reason of death, it's about 560,000 by heart disease. So it's a way bigger number from babies actually dying from people not caring, because 97%, just like you said, is from not medical reasons, just people caring.
Well, no, that's not what I said. I said that there's 1% of women who get abortions after the
Yes, and the
3rd trimester.
the other 2% is other, like rape and
What 2%? What 2%? I'm talking about the 1% of women. 99%. The other
yes, and the other 2% is off of rape. And I'm saying 97% is off of people like you, whose outcome. You're looking at outcome. That's your reason, right? Not medical,
No,
right?
I'm looking at statistic facts. I can pull it up.
Yes,
for you right
97% of women is what I'm saying, and that's a fact as well. Don't do it for medical reasons or rape or anything else. They do it because of their outcome, not the babies.
Where'd you get that statistic from? Can you link me right now? Just
You're
pull up
saying
a link.
99%. Do you know what the other percentage
I'm
is?
saying that 99% of women
Yes,
who
based off of
have
medical.
a baby in the third trimester in their stomach, who have a baby
Yes.
in their
And
uterus.
I'm talking about
in the fourth
abortions
trimester,
overall.
Go through with having the baby.
I'm
And
talking
the
about
1% of women
abortions
who have
overall,
abortions
not
in the
what
third
trimester you're in.
Are for women. Are for
Okay,
women with
okay.
medical
We can't talk over each other. We're talking about the same thing. What I'm saying
not
is
saying
you're taking it to a trimester basis, and I'm
All right,
doing
bye.
it to an overall. All right. Not the best one after to follow it up, but yes, what she was saying is correct. I brought it to the point because she said up until birth, and the reason why I brought it to 9 months, which if she wants to bring it into third trimester, which it would be, the only reason that happens majority of the time is because of medical reasons, which only 99% of the abortion rate comes from that. When you look at the other portion, regardless of trimester, 97% are in her field. The fact is regardless of trimester, the overall number is what I was talking about, and she was bringing it to the point of a 9-month abortion. Well, she brought it to the point where up until birth, so definitely a disconnection there, and I didn't handle it well, but
I can't deal with this.
Yo,
Hello?
dude. Hey, I got a
Oh
question
my-
for you.
Right,
got a
are you
question.
from Texas?
Arizona. I got a question.
Arizona, I was so close.
Hey, hold on, I got a question for you.
Go on then,
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
pro-choice.
Why?
I don't know what either of them mean.
Okay, let me put it like this. Are you pro-life or pro-death?
I still don't know what either of them mean.
Do you believe in abortions, or do you think abortion shouldn't happen?
Well, what do you believe in?
I don't think abortion should happen.
You don't believe abortion should happen. Why?
Because I think the mistake happens in the beginning, majority of the time. Now, if we want to bring it to anecdotal evidence.
But what if the abortion was like, no, not abortion. What if the pregnancy was an accident?
Well, the mistake is on the person who had the child, and it shouldn't be put onto the child. So the burden. The burden shouldn't be put on the person who. The burden should be put onto the person who made the mistake, not the child, right?
So what if it was rape?
That's the difference, right? So when you bring it to rape,
So
I still, in my opinion, which if you want to debate that we can push past rape, rape is actually, I think, about 1.5% of all of the abortions that happen in America. You're not in America, obviously, so I'm talking about
Obviously
1 million
not.
babies that die a year, and about 1.5% of those are from rape. So I can agree with that if you can agree with the other 98.5%. Now, if we want to talk about rape, and the fact is that why still should the child be punished? It's still put onto the same basis that the mistake was not made by the child.
yeah, obviously the mistake wasn't made by the child, but the mother of the baby didn't want the child because it was rape.
Okay.
So should she then have to endure the pain of 9 months of pregnancy and stuff like that because she was raped?
So the question is then, 9 months of pain for a woman or the death of a baby?
So, but the baby has no feelings in the womb, right? For the first 2 months.
Oh no, it does. It does. There was a report that came out that an abortion clinic practitioner.
So my question to you is, are you a rapist?
No.
So why do you believe that rapists should be able to get away with this?
No. You
you're
obviously
saying rapists should
punish.
be able-
You obviously punish the rapist for raping the
But
person.
if the mother doesn't then want to have the child, then they shouldn't have to have the child of the rapist.
Well, that's the debate. So if we move past that, that's not the question. The abortion is the question. So I can agree with
Yeah,
that.
but
That the mother.
that is the sub question. That's the sub question.
Okay, so the sub question, I gave you my answer on it, is that the baby should not be punished regardless.
Yeah, but
you're putting
they're
fault
raped-
onto the baby.
So a 13-year-old girl gets raped. Yeah, a 13-year-old girl gets raped. and then they have to have a baby, do you think that they should have to have the baby?
Well, the question you're saying is, should they endure 9 months of pain? And I'm
Yeah,
saying
but a 13-year-old,
over killing a baby, who's
a 13-year-old.
yes, a baby compared to a
13-year-old.
13-year-old. Yes,
A
9 months of
13-year-old
pain.
is technically still a child.
So you're bringing it to the point of having the baby after and what they have to endure after. They can give it up to adoption.
A 13-year-old.
Yes,
a
the baby
13-year-old.
can be. Yes, the pain of a 13-year-old versus the pain of a baby. So a 1-year-old versus a 13-year-old. What would your opinion be?
A 13-year-old. You're saying a 13-year-old should have to have a baby.
No,
If they're impregnated against their will,
I'm saying
by
the
a
baby
rapist, you're
shouldn't
saying
be
a 13-year-old
punished.
have to have a baby.
No, you're taking me out of context. I'm saying
No, I'm not. You're
yes,
saying
no,
a
no,
13-year-old
because
should be
she got
forced to have a
raped.
baby.
No, she got raped.
Yeah, so you're saying she
No.
should still have the baby.
No, she got raped, and there is a baby now. So she shouldn't have to have the baby. She's going to have a baby, or she's going to kill it.
So which do you think is okay? Do you think
Do
she
you
should
think
be able
having
to
a baby
have the
or
baby,
killing it
should
is
she-
wrong? And that's the question I'm asking tonight. So you're taking me out of context because she got raped. That's not her choice. She didn't choose to get raped. She has the choice now to kill a baby
so
or have the baby.
I'm gonna flip the question on you. So a 13-year-old has just been raped. Okay, do you think she should be able to abort the baby?
It's her decision.
It's her decision. So
Yes.
you're pro-abortion. Thank you. That's all I
No,
wanted to know.
I'm not pro-abortion. I would say
So you're pro-abortion.
if
You just
I got
said
raped
abortions
and
are
I
fine.
was a girl, I would not do it because I'm not pro-abortion. Now, to bring it to that circumstance, it's a law, and she has the ability to do it, so she has the choice to do it right now. My question
So
is,
if
do
it's a
you
law,
want to
why are
do
you
it or not?
against pro-abortion? Why don't you just? It's
No,
the
no.
law, so it's fine.
No, it is the law. My question is, do you agree with it? So you're putting the question on me.
If a
and
girl
I'm
wants
not a
to have an
girl, so
abortion,
you
that's
can't put
on
the
her.
question on me because I can't get raped. So you're
I'm-
putting a
I'm
hypothetical,
pro-abortion, yeah.
and it's her choice, and that's the question I'm
pro-abortion.
asking. Yes, you are
I'm
pro-choice.
pro-abortion. Hell yeah.
Okay.
But so you're you're not pro-abortion, so you're against abortions.
Yes, I'm against abortion.
But then if a 13-year-old got raped and had to have a baby, you're then against abortions. So you'd say she doesn't have to have the baby; she can get it aborted. So then you're not pro-abortion.
No. You're taking me out
Yeah,
of
that
context
is exactly.
again. No.
No. So you're
Okay,
against
well,
abortions.
are you going to cut me
to
off,
the
or are you going to
point-
let me explain it? Because
Okay,
I can
explain,
walk
explain,
you
explain.
through it.
Go on.
The fact is I am not a pro-abortion, right? So when you take it to a rape level, that's a hypothetical, and I can't put myself in that hypothetical, right? Because I'm
it's
not
not
a girl.
hypothetical, though,
Wait,
'cause
you're
it
not letting me
happens a
walk
lot.
through it. You're not letting me walk through it. I
Okay,
can't be raped, correct?
You
Yes
can be
or
raped.
no?
Yeah.
Yes or no? I can't be raped.
Yes, you can.
Okay, I could be raped. Okay, sorry, I can't be raped and have a baby, correct?
Technically, you can, because if a
All
woman
right,
rapes you and forces
Tell
you
me how
to
I can have a
impregnate 'em-
baby, and then we'll talk through that first.
So, if a woman rapes you and forces you to impregnate them,
I'm
Then
having
that
a
is your
baby at that
baby.
point, or is the baby coming out of the woman? Because I'm not having the baby, right?
I mean, it is your
Technically,
baby, so
right? I'm not having the baby, right? The
You're
woman
not having
is.
the baby, but it's
Yes.
your baby.
Okay.
yeah.
So I can't have a baby. Thank you for saying I can't have a baby, right?
Yes.
So the hypothetical you're bringing right now is based off of a woman, and I can't put myself in that shoes. So what I'm going to say is she has the choice, and I'm going to question her on that choice just like I'm questioning you on the choice. And I can't question you on rape, but I can ask you and walk you through why I would believe that it's not right because the baby is not in the wrong.
Okay, so what limit would you cut it at?
For what?
Abortions.
I
So
would.
you're saying a 13-year-old that got raped can have an abortion. So when would you cut the limit?
I wouldn't.
So you're saying a 13-year-old shouldn't get an abortion?
I don't believe she should. Because it's not the baby's fault. Again, I
So,
have principles
is an
that you
abortion
shouldn't kill somebody, right? So
equal to
I don't
murder?
believe in the execution or when you get sentenced to death The death penalty, I don't believe in the death penalty. I don't believe about killing people, right? So regardless,
Right.
you're killing somebody. So you're putting the burden onto them. The person who raped them should definitely get punished. They're a fucking asshole. They're a piece of shit. They're whatever name in the book you can call them. The woman I feel for, that fucking sucks. I feel for her. I wish the best for her. At the same time, I don't think the baby should be punished. So my principle is, I don't think you should kill somebody.
That still doesn't answer my like theory. If a 13-year-old, yeah, imagine that was your daughter,
Yeah.
got then raped,
Yeah,
and was forced to have a baby,
Yeah.
you would say, no, I don't want you to have that baby. I want you to get it aborted.
No, I
Or
would
would you
say
say,
have the baby.
no.
And the fact is,
That is wrong.
women
That is
all
wrong to
around the
me.
world cannot have children, and they wait for that baby to come up to actually go and adopt it and have a good life and give it a good life. So my point is, that adoption is much better than death. And
But
condoms and contraceptives.
is it death when they're in the womb? Is it death for the first 2 months?
Well, that's the
where
real
they're an
question.
embryo?
Well, that's the real question. When you go into when the life comes forward, well, when you go and look at
Will
the
they
statistics,
know they've been killed?
let me put it like this. Okay, so you can take the day after pill, right? And that's right after you could do it, right? You don't know if you have a child or not, but you're suspicious. So you can take that, right? And you don't know. My point is when you take a birth control test, it's a month after that it'll show up and actually tell you that you're pregnant. At that point, there's already a heart beating or a heart coming into process. So would you say that a baby with a heartbeat in your stomach is growing right now is life? Or if I put it like this, if you were to say they found bacteria on Mars, would you say that's life? So the question is where is life at?
So my question to you is, you're walking through a field and you see a flower on the floor and you step on it. Yeah, that's killing the flower.
If it dies.
Yeah, why didn't you step over that flower?
You know where poison ivy and stuff comes from like that is because they actually got stepped on prior and they grew stronger. So your point doesn't actually...
So your point is, why don't I kill this embryo that's not alive yet, technically?
No, you're going to the point that it went through extreme stress, like rape, or if it's going to die from the mother, or from having complications at birth, or pre-existing disease. Why people have abortions, which is the 97 and above, so only about 3%. The other 97% do it because they're not financially fit and they made a mistake and they don't want to have a kid.
So what's the problem with that then?
Not having a kid because you don't want to. Again, it goes back to you made a mistake. So when we go to rape, I'm not talking about that. The other person made the mistake, but 97% of abortions in America happen because people made a mistake and they don't want to have it. So the fact is they're putting
so what's the problem
their
with them
mistake.
Then living with the consequences.
The fact
so
is
they
you
don't
can
want
give
their
it up for
child
abortion.
to...
You can do a lot of other things to prevent this. Contraceptives,
so they don't want
being
their
abstinent,
child...
having abortion. Not having an abortion. Not having an abortion, giving it up for adoption rather.
So they don't want their child to live in poverty, say. Yeah,
so give
they
it up
don't
for
want their child to
adoption.
live awfully. They might not think adoption was a suited route.
So you'd
for
rather
them.
kill it than let it give it a chance at life, especially in America.
I can't have a baby. I can't have a baby, so
well,
I don't give a fuck.
That's fine. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna put in that hypothetical, you're gonna kill the baby rather than give it a chance.
So you're not a woman at the end of the day. So the woman has to endure them 9 months of pregnancy, push out a body out of their fucking vagina.
If they didn't get raped, they made a mistake.
Not necessarily.
Then what happened? If they did have contraceptives and everything went perfect and they tried to prevent it, let's say, okay, let's put it in this hypothetical, right? So she's on birth control He
Yeah.
uses a condom, and they still
Yeah.
have a baby.
Yeah.
At
That's
that
not
point,
their fault.
At that point, you're still killing a baby.
That doesn't matter to me.
Okay, well
They've
that
tried to
matters
use
to me.
two birth controls. They've tried to use two birth controls. They've
Okay.
tried to use a condom, and they've tried
Regardless,
to use a pill.
say it fucks up, right? And you have
Yeah.
a baby.
Then they should have the choice.
And my thing is I don't think you should kill it.
That's not their fault though. They
I didn't
tried
say
to
it
use
was.
two birth controls.
I didn't say it was their fault. I'm saying at that point,
Well, you're wrong.
there
You're
is
wrong.
a life.
You're wrong.
Okay,
You're
so
wrong.
let me ask you, where does life begin?
You're wrong.
I'm asking you just one question before you go and skip me because it looks like you're ready to leave. But where does life begin? Because
Life begins when they've came out of the fucking vagina. That's when it comes
let
out.
me ask you this then, because I believe it happens at contraception when people actually go and have intercourse. 'Cause
Okay,
when,
so
wait. Let me dive
Carry
in. When the sperm actually touches the egg, there's
Yeah.
a whole new chromosome that is created, different from the
Yeah.
mother and father, that generates height, weight, hair color, eye color, how your nose will look, what your personality some way will be, a whole new genetic code that's completely different right when you have sex, right? Now, when you're saying it comes out, right? So you're saying you would kill a baby at 9 months, right?
no, obviously not.
So,
Obviously-
so when does life begin? It's not obviously
Up
because
to
you
the
said
limit
when
of
it comes
abortion,
out.
obviously.
No, so that's my question is when would abortion be wrong?
So abortion obviously have its limits. So they say, "Oh, I don't even know the time limits because I've never been put in this situation, thankfully." But
If I said
so-
if I said the heartbeat would start beating around 3 weeks to a month and a half, would you say when
So-
a heart beats that's good enough? If you do
so
it prior to that,
an abortion clinic will have its limits. So they will only
But-
abort up to a certain amount of time.
but what's
before
okay
they're
with you though?
conceived.
What if it has
So-
fingers?
If it has fingers,
Yeah, what if it has fingers and little toes?
then if an abortion clinic says it's okay, then it's okay to abort.
Do you know what they do when they abort it?
I don't really care because it's not my
They
choice.
stick a
It's
machine
woman's
in there
choice.
and they grab the spine and they spiral it and they rip it out and they spiral it out like that.
Again, I don't really care because it's not my
And
choice. It's a
one,
woman's choice.
One practitioner
you-
said that she pulls
you're
them
an
out,
American-
and if they're
You're an
screaming,
American man
she'll cut
who
the
obviously
throat so
doesn't
that it'll be
understand-
quiet.
who
And
obviously
she
doesn't
won't have to hear
understand
it
abortion
scream,
at
and she
all.
got fired from her job because she talked about cutting the throats of aborted babies because they were screaming while they were coming out.
Again, you're an American man who obviously doesn't understand abortions at all. There's
At all.
2 trillion different scenarios that a person
trillion,
could have
huh?
a baby.
There's only
that a person
what,
could
7
have a
billion
baby.
in the world. So if we got 2 trillion, that's 1,000 times almost the amount.
It's sarcasm. It's sarcasm, man.
So-
You
okay,
obviously
okay.
understand
All right,
sarcasm.
I thought you were actually speaking facts because you were talking about facts, but go ahead.
Right. So there's so many different scenarios that a person can have a baby that you're taking
Very true.
one scenario that a person shouldn't have an abortion.
No, you
and
brought it to
taking
the
this
anecdotal.
scenario
I'm just saying no
into the
babies at all should die.
real world.
I'm
So
saying no
there's-
babies at all should die. You brought it to the very little, because I'm saying none at all. I have principle, and I said
So-
nobody should die. Again,
so-
I don't believe in the death
So
penalty.
no baby should die. No baby should
You're
die.
bringing it to
So-
anecdotal, so
Okay,
don't get
let
the
me- let
don't
me
think the
speak.
conversation confused. But
Let me speak, right? So no baby should die,
yeah,
but a rapist's baby that he's forced into a 13-year-old child has the right to abortion. So what's the difference?
I didn't say it was the right to the abortion. I said
So
that
you're
legally.
saying a 13-year-old
I said
you're saying
legally.
a
Yeah,
13-year-old
legally. Yeah.
should be forced to have a baby
No.
because they were raped.
No, you're again bringing out of context.
No, I'm not bringing
Legally-
it out of context
No,
at all.
I said legally she is allowed, but again, I would tell my daughter no. So
So
Do you not understand
So-
what we went
so-
through? Do we
right,
need to
listen,
repeat
listen,
everything?
listen,
Because
listen,
you're
listen,
taking it out
listen,
of context
listen,
again.
listen. Your brother, yeah.
Yep,
Have
my
you got a brother?
I had a brother. No, I have
Right,
two
it's-
other brothers,
let's-
but the one other
theoret-
recently died.
Theoretically,
I do have two
theoretically-
brothers.
Theoretically, right? Your brother rapes your daughter, okay?
Yeah.
And impregnates her,
Mhm.
okay? And she's 13. You're
that's fucked.
forcing her then to have that child.
Am I forcing her?
Yeah, you're forcing her to have that child. She goes, Dad, I want an abortion. You're then going, no, you're having that child.
No. It would be her choice.
This is where you're wrong.
No, I would tell her I don't think you should, but it would be her choice.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
So
A
I'm
girl
wrong.
with her body should be able to have her choice. As a man, you should not have any choice.
No, I do have a choice because you know why? How is a baby created? Is it one person or is it 50-50, bud? Is it
You are
50-50 or is it one person?
You're a very, very weird man. Let's just say that.
How does a baby get created? Tell me this. Can you have one
Two
person?
people. But
Yes,
if
thank
it's
you.
rape,
Thank you.
if it's rape,
So a
if it's
man
rape,
can have a
the
word.
person should have
A
a
man
choice.
can have
The
a
person should
word,
have
right?
You're
Okay,
saying-
so you're wrong again. Thank you.
You're saying your own daughter wouldn't stand a chance against your brother because you say, oh, you have to have that baby because I'm pro-life. I'm pro-life, so you have to have my brother's baby, even though
I
you're my
said that?
daughter who's 13.
I said that? Or did you say
Yes,
that?
you did. You did.
No. I said she has the choice, but I would say you should have that baby and give it
Exactly.
up for
So
adoption.
you're saying she should have the baby.
Yes. So I didn't tell her she has to have the baby. I didn't say you have to do this. You have to, like you just said. It'll be a good clip, but I didn't say you'll have to do that.
Right.
You'll
All
have
I'm
to do
saying is that baby is coming out like.
this. Okay, and you're despairing people who are retarded now. How good do you
I'm
feel about
saying
yourself, bud?
Your 13-year-old
How
child.
do you
should have
feel
the
about
choice
yourself
to
making
abort
that
baby.
little gesture right there? Good job, man. How do you feel about yourself? What an asshole, man. It's not their fault. Like, how do you blame it on the child? They come out retarded. Fine. Don't be an asshole. Super cool. Some are what they call idiot savants. Really genius people who figure shit out, help the rest of the world. It's definitely important. Look at Darwinism. I get people who evolve based off mutations. It's the same shit. Be a dick. Take a little rip skers again for that one. What do you guys think? Was I too bombastic? Was I too much? Hope not. Since like if you're gonna bring it to that, like, yeah, I'm still gonna stick with my principle. You can't get me on that, but at the same time, like, that's definitely a fine line for me where it's like I'm not gonna draw a line. Like, you can have the choice on that one. That's your choice. I don't think it's right, but that's your choice on that one. It's something that can affect you mentally, but if you do have an abortion, that can also affect you mentally in the future. So having a child, give it up for adoption immediately later. Bygones be bygones, and another person's walking the earth. It's fucked. YDK for real. For real. I appreciate you, man. I needed that, man. I need someone to say, yeah, I got you. At 13-year-old, having a baby is also dangerous for them also, as they aren't fully developed. ZZRD. Agreed. And that's where I'm saying, like, the outcome. So, mentally, it'll affect them either way. They already have a child. Their body's going through massive hormones as soon as they have that child, and as soon as it starts to develop. And it's already started, so their body has started developing that way. And I would have to look into, even after abortion, if the body continues to go kind of into a development kind of in that status, because regardless, it does happen. And that's really like the question of fully developing and what the difference is between that and how far along you are. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, physically, like them actually having the child, which I was reading Thomas Paine, and a lot of girls around his time, 1600s, were brought up early and died early at the same time because of birth. So it is very dangerous. And I'm not despairing from that. I would just say, you know, when a life is created, it's like, it's an amazing thing to me. I mean, it's just like, I'm thankful for so many things, and I have a lot of junk, and I don't have a lot as well. So, I mean, I don't know. It's just a very hard decision, but I'll stick to, like, I want to stick to a principle that I don't think you should kill, and I went even vegetarian for a year because I did that, but I'm going to do a year on, year off, because it does thin the population, allow other growth, and to allow the population to succeed and be plentiful rather than... So that's the weird thing about the Great Reset, though, because when you compare that to animals, it's like, we're not far from that. We're not far from the animal. So, I mean, we are, but we're not at the same time. Our biological instinct is, like, you can study animals and figure into humans what the instinct will be. And this is psychology and biology mixed, like, fucking, it's Earth Monkey 2024. No, don't say that, Blader Frisbee. Don't say that, man. What you need to do is actually look at who you have in your state. The president does very little, unlike Joe Biden. So the precedent might be set that we're gonna have a fourth government, or fourth branch of government. There was an idea on Timcast to have a fourth branch of government with a person who was elected based off of basically like jury duty, which I thought that was kind of an interesting idea, but at the same time, who's to say it's not just thrown out there to the person they want? So I don't know at the same time, but I'm definitely not the guy. I don't know enough. I just put out my ideas, and my ideas are based on other people's word, and that's how everybody works. Nobody comes out learning everything right away. People figure stuff out, and they can kind of work through things and get nuance, but it's all based off of other people's stuff. So what you guys are getting, what I'm talking through, what you guys are putting towards me, when I'm getting on Omegle, I'm just experiencing, and I would never want to be the president. I would want possibly to hold office, but I would want it to be minimal. I wouldn't even want to do it. I would want it to be like something on my side that I would do, because I don't think big government's the best thing, but if we have big government, I would like to get my foot in the door to at least say, hey, what the fuck's going on here? But I don't know enough, but at least I can say, hey, what's going on, and learn. So I would just come in and say, hey, what's going on? Drew Martin, I'm not saying like an actual fourth branch. I'm saying like look at the executive orders that were put through. If the third branch of government is supposed to only do this rarely, and it was very recently put in, it's not even in the original, the executive order, and you get a guy coming out and doing 43 in the first 10 days, 11 days, and 12 days, whatever it was. I don't know the exact number, but I mean, at that point, if you're bypassing, you already have the Congress. You have both branches of Congress. I mean, you have it, and if you're not even putting it through there, is this, and then I'm saying more so fourth branch, right? So you have this guy going and putting it through, trying to bypass the other two, and then at the same point you have states all around the nation legalizing marijuana, and on a federal level it's illegal, even on a medical stance. So I mean, you break down, okay, so you got medical stance, and if you look at the medical stance of it, it's like, all right, well, these guys already said fuck it, right? And then you look at guns, you look at New York and all these different places who have restrictions on you actually bearing arms. Well, they just said fuck off to the Constitution, so it's not even a federally stated thing. I mean, our states are dividing day by day, and the fact is who knows what's gonna happen, right? He's not making laws, he's undoing the executive. No, these weren't executive orders. These were laws that were put into place. These weren't just executive order. I mean, when you look at the border thing, that was an executive order to enact I mean, it wasn't even an executive order. It was enactment of a military thing. I mean, that's basically the only thing that he's overturned. The executive order to stop... no, I guess that's two. And the executive order to stop the racial... the equality trade. I don't know what it's called. The training that's on a federal level. Other than that, these are straight up executive orders. The stop the Turkey pipeline. I mean, not the Turkey. Yeah, the Paris Accord. Was that an executive order to stop the Paris Accord? That might have been a Paris Accord executive order to stop. It really is. So, but 43 of them in the first week. This just basically sets a precedent to whatever the last guy did in the last 4 years, the new guy's going to say, fuck that, it's my 4 years, and I'm going to start it off good. And Donald Trump didn't do that. He had to work all 4 years while battling the media. So, I mean, it didn't just happen overnight, and for it to happen overnight, it just makes me interested on how the next 4 years will go. If this is already put into place in the first week and a half, that and turn everything back around. Donald Trump wasn't supposed to win. We fucked up. We need to set back in place exactly what we needed 4 years ago and try to ramp it up as quick as possible. I don't know, but it's a good point that you bring up. It is just bringing back other executive orders. I live in New York. New York actually has many guns. It's a city that restricts guns, not the state. Oh, okay, I got you, Drew Martin. Well, I mean, either way though, most people don't live in the state; they live in the city. Most people, right? So when you look at the majority of the population, yes, on the outskirts, and you definitely need guns. On the inverse, you don't need guns, but it would still be good to have them. But restrictions on them and stuff like that, it definitely does better than allowing it to go freely. So the idea of banning the gun, well, you're banning the gun because somebody bad has it. When you ban it, they didn't go through the law to get it, so the person who is supposed to not have it has it already when there is a law. When you take away the law, this person's still going to have it, and the person who might use it properly isn't able to because there's a law preventing them from. So it's definitely a weird battle there, but I think the idea of just, I look at the old Western times, and when you go back into the West and you had a gun, people all walked around with a gun on their hip. I was like, how's it going, sir? Everybody was, how's it going? Fancy to you. Everybody talked with properness. We're all going to be proper. If I'm not, you might shoot me in the face. It wasn't like, oh, dude, we're getting into a fight. Let me see how far I can push his buttons till he gets too pissed off and he throws a chair at me. It was like, no, this guy's not going to throw a chair at you, throw a bullet your way. So, I'm not saying that's what it should be because people are more civil now than they were. But the fact is it was an interesting way to look at life that, we should be more proper because there's a danger of war, and we didn't want to go to war. We wanted to be proper, but war was prevalent. So people fought more back then, and I think fighting's the stupidest thing to do because unless it's for sport, I love watching UFC and stuff like that. If you train yourself to actually be a fighter and do that, cool. But if you're fighting to push your point of view and you get into an argument with somebody and you have to get to the point where you are so enraged with your point of view and how they can't understand it, you have to hit them and pound it into them how you're right. That just sounds stupid to me. It's why are we fighting at this point? Why aren't we trying to talk through where we differ and where it's different and actually talk? We are civil people. We have learned that fighting is obviously not the way to go. So we shouldn't do that. We should try to figure out where we differ and not call each other names and do that. So I love Omegle because there is people who will talk to me, but most of them, I would say, will do that or won't even talk. And that's why I continue to push it, and hopefully these videos get somewhere. But yeah, he wants to safely reopen schools, ensure paid leave for anyone who needs it, extend employment insurance, setting up mass vaccine centers, and tripling number of healthcare workers, which means a lot of jobs. There will also be no regular testing in schools. Yeah, schools are so important. Education is one of the most important things. Because that's really the basis of this whole thing, just life. When do you get to the point where you think killing someone's the right thing to do? Where did your education bring you? Let's get back into it. Yo, dude.
Yo, what up?
Yo, 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 yo. Hey, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-choice.
Why is that?
Because.
Because why?
Because.
When do you think a life becomes a life? When is abortion okay?
Oh, no. Abortion's murder. No. No way.
Okay. Hey, I appreciate you, man. Hey, if you want to follow my YouTube channel, I'm asking people tonight that same question. Let me ask you this. If a woman gets raped, do you think the baby should die?
No.
All right. And why do you think not?
Because I have like 15 friends that got raped as a kid, went through with it, and they do not regret their choice at all.
I appreciate that. I got asked this question, and it was a very hard one, but I still stuck to my gun, and I don't think even the death penalty is wrong. I think the death penalty is wrong. I don't think it's right. But I brought it to
For
the point
raping
that
a
someone
woman?
shouldn't die for someone else's mistake. But what I brought it to, what he brought it to is, if I had a daughter who was 13 years old, and my brother raped my daughter and had a child with her, what would my opinion be? And I said, I would have the opinion to say that she should have the child, but if she did not want to have the child, I would say that's fine.
If you do not want to have the child, put up for adoption, but don't take away its life.
I mean, you're more to your guns than I am. I would say rape is one of those weird circumstances that's, I don't know enough about the psychological damage. So the rape can be, you know, very, very hard. And then at the same time, like, when you have that baby, if you, what I was saying is, if you put that onto the baby, but I still, like, what you're saying right now, it makes me think about what I'm saying, man. It, like,
Yeah.
like, I appreciate you so much, but like, you're more to your
Yeah.
guns than I am. Like, if your daughter, would you force your daughter? That was the question that was asked to me.
To have birth,
Yeah.
I know it'd be really painful for her to make this decision, but I really would want her to get an
But
to have
but
put
would
her
you
up for
force
adoption,
her?
he or she.
Because that's what really he was like sticking to. He's like, you're making her and you're making her. And I'm like, I didn't say I would make her. I didn't say
No.
that at all. If you
It's
just
all
heard what
her
I
choice,
said,
but I just would recommend her going up for adoption.
exactly, that's what I said. Would you make her though?
No, I would.
Okay,
I would never
okay.
make somebody go through that kind of trauma.
All right. You make me feel a little bit better about myself because you wouldn't force her to at 13 years old to do that.
No.
Okay. And that's really, like, it was a really hard question for me, and what you were just saying right there, you were making me second guess it, but like, I wouldn't force her. Like, I wouldn't go and tell her you have to have this child because you can't kill somebody, right?
Yeah, I completely agree with all of your gestures in this, but
But what I would say is, I don't think you should. So just like you, I would tell her,
Yeah.
I don't think it's right that you do this, but
even if it is
your
a clump of cells
decision.
at
So
20
at that
weeks old,
point,
it's already half developed.
at that point though, isn't it pro-choice?
Yeah.
So like, that was the weird thing to me. It is a pro-choice for your daughter if she gets raped. So it's very anecdotal and it's very, like, specific, and it's very hard to actually determine that actually happens off of your brother going, like, it was really a weird question, but I was like, you know, at that point I would be pro-choice. You have the choice to do that. Like, it's your decision. I'm not going to force you to do it. So but what I did bring to the table was that 97% of people who have in the US abortions do not do it for medical reasons, a rape, or any other weird circumstance. So
completely
97% of
support
them
that.
do it because they just don't want to have a baby. So I brought it to that point. He wasn't hearing that. He just kept bringing it back to the point that I would make a 13-year-old have a baby. So Like, I appreciate
No.
you going to the same level to me. Like, okay, we can agree on that one, right? Like,
Mhm.
bring it to that very weird circumstance. Like, but when you look at 97%, that's what I have a problem with. And when you have 1 million babies
Yeah.
dying a year, and the most deaths come from heart disease, and it's like 700,000 or something like that. Like, it's definitely a problem, right? That you have more abortions than the top rate of death in the U.S. But
Yeah. I have a friend that's 15 years old and got raped and had their kid, and yeah, her name's Ellie Mae. I babysit her a few times.
that's awesome, man. Hey, I really appreciate your story because that's. You said you got a bunch of friends who had that experience and they went through with it. And where are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm from Minnesota, so
It seems like whatever's going on in Minnesota, it seems like whatever's happening, there's a bad persistence in the male because there's a lot of rapes. It sounds like.
yeah.
I'm sorry to say that, but and then on the female, they have moral. So you can find a really good girl, but she might have gone through some shit.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, so I'm on your YouTube right now. I'm subbing.
hey, fuck yeah, man. Hey, hit that notification bell too.
There we go.
I
Let's go to
appreciate
all.
it, man. Oh, hell yeah. But no, Ed, I really appreciate you, man. And
Thanks.
what I will say is, it sounds like you're gonna find a really good girl. And before you do, um, make sure that whatever happens, you protect yourself and you think
Yeah.
about the outcome.
Everybody I love with my heart, I protect with my life, so.
Hey, hell yeah. Well, I
Alright.
appreciate the sub. I hope you have a good night. I'm gonna fucking try to get some more. I just had, you were basically the third conversation, or maybe fourth, I think now. But
Nice.
it was a very good output on what you had because not only were you on the same table as me, but there was a kind of misconnect. But when I brought it to that weird instance, you would agree. So
Yep.
there is a level, and we still meet that level. Now, let me ask you this: have you heard of the person who had a baby on the toilet?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so a girl basically was sitting on the toilet in the morning and she thought she was basically gonna pass gas. And she had a baby on the toilet.
Really?
So she didn't know at all that she was pregnant up until the point to she actually gave birth, right? So now let me take it to this point. If your daughter was not aware that she was gaining weight based off of a baby is kind of what that scenario seemed like. And it's about 7 months in or 8 months in, and she finds out and she says she doesn't want to have the baby. What would you say?
If she doesn't want to have the baby, again, I have to go with the same decision. Either put it up for adoption or any other foster home so she can visit it.
At that point, I would say no. You gotta have that baby.
Yeah, she has to carry through it.
Yeah, like I would say
that's a
no.
full
Like,
baby that year.
not only did you not notice it, yeah, you got raped, right? But
Yeah.
and that baby's already 7, 8 months old. You can have a premature birth at like 6 months. So I mean,
Yeah, that's almost a fully developed baby that you'd be.
yeah, murdering.
That'd just be murder. Like that'd just be pure murder at that point.
So I mean, it's yeah. No, I couldn't go through. I would be like, no, you got to do it. Like I wouldn't like not force her, but I'd be like, no, like I would try as much as I can, like.
Yeah.
Because I can't force her legally. But I would definitely be like, that's fucked up that you did that. Like, I wouldn't.
Yeah, even if she did try to carry through with it, and the doctors would probably say the baby's too old at this point, you can't give an abortion. I'd be so happy.
I would be happy. Yes, that's a good point. I would be happy. Like, it's too much. It's like, it's a weird one to say because it's rape, but at the same time, like, that baby's already.
Yeah, it's already developed. It's nothing you can really do about it at that point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fact is it's, yeah, exactly. It's already too developed. But, what up, man? Hey,
Yeah.
Minnesota, I hope you have a good night, man.
All right. See you.
Later. I partially agree with the plan. Biden's plan is not in favor of everyday. No, it's not at all. Oh, it's a great reset, dude. Urza Sherman, what's going on? Hope you're having a good night or day, whatever it may be. They do the same thing with lights in elementary school. I'm sure that they will have permission slips for it. Not in Humboldt. Checking a head versus swabbing a nose is a big difference. Yeah. Big difference. When you're putting something into somebody's orifices. In Humboldt, if your kid has lice, they call you and they gotta prove that they don't before your kid goes back to use it. Yep. The laws are different in every state, man. California is one of the most intense. If your kids don't have certain vaccinations that I would say is a little bit more intense than most states. They don't go to school unless you go to a private or a charter. I'm the kid you were just talking to. Hell yeah. Ezra? Dude, that's a badass name. California, dude. California's crazy. What's scary to me, really, like, you guys are all listening, or if you're listening, but what's scary to me, really, is California, right? We're all scared of California. We think everybody, and not only do we think, it also shows that everybody is leaving California. That is our border. If somebody were to sail over and they were to go into California, you got a bunch of people shitting on the sidewalk to defend our border. That's really what scares me with foreign affairs. You got Amy Comey Barrett going out there, and then you got Macy Hirona going and saying, "Oh, sexual preference." Like, what? Who's this girl from Hawaii? Is she taking over Hawaii? What's going on here? No, I'm just kidding, but it's very suspicious. They come in World War II to Pearl Harbor, and at the same time we're clearing out California. If they were able to get to California, who knows? So it's definitely suspicious.
That was great.
Yo, dude.
Yo, who won the election, my guy?
Yo,
Yo, we break it into the Capitol, dog. We break it into the Capitol.
Joe Biden won. Joe
Break
Biden
it
won.
into
But
the
let me ask you
Capitol,
this.
dude. Let's go.
Hey, let me ask you this.
Yo, beat it, bro.
Hey,
Kick rock.
Are and Pauly Shore wannabe? Yo, dude.
Hi.
Yo,
Yo,
what's going on, dude?
not much.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Yeah, I don't know what either of those mean.
Uh, do you think abortion's okay?
No.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Hey, if you want to follow my... Oh. Yeah, dude. Hey, let me ask you a question, man. Can I ask you something, man?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry that I just look that good that you have to crack up because I'm just that bad. But
You
are you
look high
pro-life?
out of your mind.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-choice.
Why is that?
I don't know what the fuck they mean.
Do you believe in abortion or do you think abortion's wrong?
Abortion should be up to both the mother and the father,
I
because the
appreciate
father
that.
is responsible for the bills.
Now at this point, if you say it's both of them, right? When would it be okay to say like, no, we got to cut the life? Like, what if it's 9 months?
If it's it's like if the mother has health complications and you know that she would either be gravely injured or possibly die from the birth, then I think then it'd be appropriate for an abortion if both parents obviously agree.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. If they both decide it, so be it. They have the choice. If the mother is gonna die straight up and they decide it, like, that's their decision, right? That they decide that the mom is more important than the child, right? But like, I would say I wouldn't agree. But now at this point, if we take away the rare circumstance of either the mother is too sick or the baby is too sick or the fact that the mother possibly gets raped, we look at the other portion. I don't know if you live in the U.S., but from the U.S., 97% of people who have abortions do it because of not any of those reasons. So they do it just because. Would you say that is wrong?
No, have a good day.
No, dude. These kids are rude, but this remark is... It was, yeah. Yeah, dude.
Yo, how you
Doing pretty good. Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I don't know what that means.
Do you think abortion is okay, or do you think it's wrong to have an abortion?
It depends the circumstances, isn't it? Like, if they messed up, like, it's kind of like on them. But like, if it was like an attack or something, I would.
Let me ask you this: if there was no circumstances and you just wanted to do it because you didn't think you would be better off, and you were going to be...
I say have the baby and put it into an adoption center, so like you don't end it.
I appreciate that, because like if it was maybe like rape or the mom was gonna die, or maybe there's a possibility the baby is gonna die, but even if the baby is gonna die, like, you don't know, so like that's kind of skeptical for me. But if it's like in America, it doesn't sound like you're from America. Where are you from, bud?
Britain.
Britain, hell yeah.
I'm British.
Hell yeah. So in America, 97%. Is the number that I'm familiar with. I don't know what the last statistic was, but 97% was because of not any of those reasons. It was because they just decided not to have a baby. So
yeah, I didn't believe in that. That's just like use protection or something. Yeah,
exactly. You got contraceptions, you got abstinence, or you got adoption. So I mean, you got 3 different options rather than death. So
yeah, every life matters. Yeah.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. If you want to follow my YouTube, I'm asking people tonight about the same question, but sounds like you got your head on straight. How old are you, man, if you don't mind me asking?
15.
15. Hey, keep your mind in the right place. If you do get with a girl, you know what to do. Use protection and until you're ready. And even with me, my goal with the girl is if I can last 5 years with her, I think that we should move forward to the next step, whether that be a child or a house. I think you should have a house before you have a child, but I mean, whatever happens, happens. But
it's better to have a house so you have a foundation. Yeah.
exactly. Build the
All right, be the best,
foundations.
bro.
Yeah. You have a
Yeah,
good
see
one.
ya.
Trying to get one of my kids to pop, and they got respect. Oh yeah. It's a kid with a head on his shoulders. Oh yeah, that kid was definitely a smart kid. Good dude. Usually, it seems a lot of people from Britain definitely with the Brexit, there's a lot of conservatives. I'll say the least, and they all definitely agree with the idea of not killing something. But what do you think about gender dysphoria? Do you think it's real? You know, the studies on it are not. The studies are put out there. I don't know if it's not true or it's not. People definitely have different mental disorders. My idea is people do what they want to do. No. Whether you should change or do something different, I don't think it just matters about what you're thinking at the moment, and that's usually what people go into. And it's like, what are you going through right now? What's going on in your life? I think people might jump to that sooner than they should, and it's a weird thing because I haven't looked into the studies, but it is out there and it is happening. But why is it happening? And if it is something that does actually happen, we need to look into it. And it's very, very odd to say the least. But when you look at genetics and how if someone has 6 girls or 6 boys, the 7th is usually to act like the other gender. If it's like a 7th girl or a 7th boy. So I mean, it's really strange just to look at the genetics. But regardless, you did come out this. So when I look at it, it's like you are this. So whether there's an even ground, your genetic makeup allows you to reproduce in this manner. So it's the outcome, really. It's kind of like the religious debate. Well, what happens after? Well, like we flip the script. Well, we know what's going to happen after. So if we continue that, we know where the start begins, right? So the start happens after life. And how does life continue? Then it's through the genetics and what actually you came out as. So, yes, there might be a balance where you can see as both, but to reproduce, there's a general makeup of that. So let me see. Let me go up the chat. My first kid was at 15. I got 5 now with the same lady. 20 years married. The 27th. Hey, hell yeah! Happy anniversary, man. Lots of friends and family try to convince us to do away with her, but we didn't. And now she has 2 of her own. Hey, 2 grandchildren. Fucking much love to you, man. You get to see your generation grow. That's a beautiful thing. If I had a kid right now and be like, hurry up and pop it out at 18 so that I'm not fucking 70 years old. You know what I mean? Like, what? I didn't even know what gay meant until I was like 9 years old. They want attention. It's all mental conditioning. Monkey see, monkey do. Being trans gets attention. They lack it from other sources, so they cry for help. No, I don't know about that though. It could be a mental disorder. Like, there's definitely studies about gender dysphoria and how it correlates, but regardless, you are one thing. So if you do think you're another, that's a mental thing. I don't want to like despair, but it sounds kind of like schizophrenia, where you think things that aren't real. I don't want to despair at all. I'm not trying to like put people down, like, whoa. But almost all teenage girls nowadays think it's super cool to be bisexual, lesbian, and it's wrong or even gross to be straight. I've got nothing against LGBT as long as they aren't shoving it in my face or trying to be brainwashed kids. It has never changed my mind. My kids are grandkids and they're best. Hey, hell yeah, man. Hey, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta use the restroom. It's been an hour and 30 minutes right now. I appreciate y'all. I hope you like the video. Check out my earlier video. Comment, let me know what you think. I'm gonna try to do little segments other than my lives, but I hope you all are having a good night. Be right back. Give me 2-3 minutes. Be right back. So I was thinking, kind of got like a love-hate relationship with this subject, because you can get people who don't talk about politics at all, don't know anything, like that guy who was bringing the question of the 13-year-old on me. And you know, you get to the point where it's like you can have these people not know much about it, be very passionate about what they're talking about. And I don't know if he had a chat or something. It seemed like he was going off of what other people were saying, but that's just my opinion. But it's just very interesting, to see the least, that you can have such a controversial subject without being involved at all. And that's what's interesting about this one, and why I knew it was going to be kind of weird. But how old are you, man? It doesn't help with all the shows and movies shoving trans and gay stuff in kids' face, and now they're starting to accept it as normal at young ages. Like, have you seen those book readings things that they hold for? Yeah, the trans hour book reading. Yeah, it's a little too much. I agree. But the fact is they have the right to do it. I don't disagree with that. What I look at is what Ben Shapiro's kind of been saying is like, for years, you have everybody saying, "Oh, dude, look at that, dude. Are you kidding me? Look at that." And it's like, what are you guys doing? Like, what can I say? Yeah, that's how it should be. Oh, look at that, dude. Look at that. That's good. I want to show that to my kid. Like, the difference is like, I'm gonna go to bed now because I got school tomorrow. I will keep working on your end. Hell yeah, Blader Frisbee. I hope you have a good one. Yes, and they're even pushing even farther to where, what do you do when your kid comes home from school and he says, "Hey, I got a vaccine today at school," and you say, "What?" And you're like, "Yeah, the school, they gave me a vaccine." And it's like, well, like before when I went to school, it was like, "Hey, we're trying to watch The Outsiders at school. Can you sign this permission slip so I don't have to go to some room while everybody else watches a cool movie or something? Like, we're just gonna all chill and watch a movie, and I don't want to go to this room. So can you just sign this?" Like, the difference would be like, "No, we think this movie's appropriate for your child, so we're not gonna ask your permission. But at the same time, we also think it's appropriate to stick a needle in your child and not ask your permission." So this is what's being pushed, and that's definitely, I can see where you're moving towards. But John Smith, it's happening. They're pushing to basically override the parental rights, to give the child the ability to decide for themselves in a school stance. And they're even starting programs that are basing that your parental control is not good enough, so they have to teach your child based off of what you taught them. So I mean, yeah, it's definitely. I agree. I wouldn't want that to be taught. They don't even know what the hell you're talking about at that point. It's a sex talk at 8 or 9 years old, except you're putting in the fact that there's a different way to do it without having children, and the different sex. I mean, and it's not the debate tonight, but let's move forward.
No way, scared. She got scared.
Yeah,
hey, bro,
dude.
Say a pickup line.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Hey, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-choice.
Why is that?
Because
why?
I don't know.
Do you think a baby that's 9 months old in the mom's stomach should be killed?
No.
When would a baby be good to be killed?
Yes.
When would be the right moment? Like 2 months, 3 months?
How about 1 month?
1 month?
Yeah.
Do you know about 3 weeks is when a baby's heart starts to beat?
Oh shit.
I appreciate her for saying 1 month. I do give her that. That was fucking awesome because she seems so right. Yeah, 1 month. Like, all right, you're bringing it pretty close there. 1 month when you're able to actually find out. Do you know that about 3 weeks is when the heart starts to form? Right around there is when it starts to beat. Day 49. 40 to 49. I didn't know about that. I do know that right around that era is when the heart starts to beat. I know it starts to form some of the organs right around a month or 3 weeks. So not just like your liver and shit, but important organs. Yeah. Yo, dude. Yo.
Come give Papa a hug.
Hey.
Come give Papa a hug.
Yo, can I ask you a question?
What?
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that well. You said what?
Yeah, you gotta turn your shit down. I can hear myself echoing.
Okay.
Echo.
Echo. Echo.
Echo. Echo. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yo, dude. Yo. Yo. Hey, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Now, I think we should let the babies decide, shouldn't we?
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Why kill a baby?
I know, right?
What if it because I'm pro-life. I think babies shouldn't die.
Yeah, neither should I. I mean,
I really appreciate you. I actually have a YouTube channel if you want to check it out. I only give it to the people who agree because I don't want people to troll me, but if people want to troll me, go ahead. Yeah. Hey, but I got a question for you because it was brought to me. It's a very hard question that was brought to me.
Okay.
If it's rape, what would you say?
Well, if it's rape, I don't know. Ask the baby. Nah.
Yeah, no, I say the same thing. Okay, so let me bring it deeper. If you say ask the baby still, I got it brought to me that's even harder question. Based on rape. If it was your daughter,
they don't use protection.
No. If it was a 13-year-old, let me just put it to that first.
Bro, I'm a 13. I could have an abortion too, I guess, right?
Yeah. Would you say that it's linked it on Discord too? Hell yeah. I'll check it out, man. Mr. Distro in the chat. 2-year veteran. Yo, dude.
So many like those.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. Yo, dude.
Yo, you need to shave your beard. That shit's nasty.
Hey, your hair though? Yo, dude.
Man.
Yo. Hey, can I ask you a question?
You already asked me one.
Can I ask you 2 questions? Or 3 questions?
You already did.
No, that was combined.
What?
That was combined into the second question, so the third
one.
Oh,
okay, sure.
Alright. Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
What's that?
Do you believe that a woman should be able to have an abortion or not?
Pro-choice.
So you believe they should be able to have an abortion?
Mm-hmm.
When would you say is the... Yo, dude. Yo. Yo, dude. Hey, can I ask you a question, man?
Sure.
Hey, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
pro-choice.
Pro-choice? So, do you believe in abortions?
Yeah, I don't really care. I'm not.
Let me. Well, you did say like one thing.
Well, I mean, like,
it's hard, right?
I thought you meant by choice how like they could like pick.
Yeah, that's
It's a
what I
what?
did mean. Like, do you think they should be able to choose to have an abortion or choose not to?
Yeah, they should have their own say.
Okay, and if you think they are able to have their own say, what is the limit? Would you allow it to be at 9 months? The invite to your Discord is expired. YDK, for real, I got you, man. We go here, here. We'll go live. Go details. I'll update it right now. Got you. Make sure you join the Discord just in case something happens. You can always do something new, but I don't hope that anything does happen, but let me copy that. Let me go like this. Let me go like that. Save it. And it should be updated now. Boom, bam. It is warm as fuck today. I think though, John Smith, it's not warm. I think it's humid. We're not used to humidity, and there was a lot of weather, so. Yeah, dude. What? What? Are you speaking a different language? Is this Elvish? Is this Elvish? Yo, dude. Yo. Hey, I got a question for you guys.
What is this question of yours?
Are you guys pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-choice.
Why?
Because why?
First of all,
I'm ready for this.
Why are you allowed to have an opinion on it?
Wait, hold on. Before we continue this, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-life.
Well, it doesn't matter because why is he allowed to have an opinion on it?
So let's
Let me ask. Wait. Let me just. Wait. Just to stick on her one point that she just gave. Why don't I have a choice? Let me ask. How is a baby made?
Procreation. Wait, no. Let's hear him out.
I actually want to hear.
Let's hear him out.
How is a baby made?
Procreation between
it's
man and
made by
woman.
2 people, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but think
by
about
a
it.
man and a woman, so they both have a choice, and that's why I have a decision because I'm a man.
Okay.
Okay. So now here's a woman's perspective.
Okay.
So y'all stick your penises in our vaginas, and then we get pregnant, and then we get pregnant, and then we have to carry a baby for 9 months, which changes our entire body for the rest of our lives. A baby that we may not want.
And let me ask you this.
Okay, go.
Were you agreeing to it?
Agreeing to what?
Having sex?
But okay, let's say yes.
Okay, so let me put it to this point.
I want to hear you
just
go.
the one point that I'll bring it to. I don't even believe in the death penalty. I don't believe in killing people. I was vegetarian last year. I don't believe in killing anything, basically. I don't hunt, anything like that. When you bring it to the point that you had sex and you agreed to it, you made a mistake just as much as the other guy made a mistake. So the fact is you are putting your mistake, your burden onto the child. So you are making your mistake the child's problem, and you're killing the child because of something that you did. So you're putting the burden of your mistake onto somebody else. If you agree to it, if it's rape, It's a different story. But the fact is you made a mistake.
Okay. As a man of pro-life, right?
Yep.
What if the baby was made from the victim of rape? What do you say about that?
I like this argument.
Well, okay, we could bring it into that. I still will stick to my principle that I don't think people should die. Right. Wait.
Question. Let her ask.
Your argument is that it was the woman's burden. If she was raped, how is that the woman's burden?
Well, exactly. It's not the woman's burden. So that's why I said if it's not, and I asked her first, did she agree to it? So we were just talking about agreeing to it. When I bring it to rape, right, and it's not the woman's choice to do it, correct, right?
Yeah.
The difference that you're bringing it to, 9 months of suffering, because she can give it up for adoption after that, right? Compared, wait. 9 months of suffering compared to killing a baby. That's what your argument is right now. That's all I would want to say is 9 months of suffering compared to the death of a baby. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I mean, it is, again, we could bring it to farther levels, but when I bring it to a simplistic kind of ideal that there is another life out there, the suffering of one for the death of another, it's eye for an eye. And if we bring it to an eye for an eye, what did the child do wrong? What did the kid do wrong? Hey, YDK for real? You're an AZ too? Hell yeah. Dude, there's like 3 people from chat that are from AZ. They're all just agreeants. Like, it makes me feel good. Maybe not fully, but you guys are checking out the stream, so at least you're engaged. That's maybe Turning Point USA for you. Based out of here. Take another little guy. Hope you guys are enjoying it. She gets intense, but gotta get the opinion. I mean, when I break it down to a simplistic thing, they cave majority of the time, or they leave. Hell yeah, YDK. Dude, hit me up on the Instagram too. Fucking message me. We'll get some shit going. Like, I intend to keep doing this. People might say what they want to say, but I'm just doing me. And I know that the next wave will be people just doing themselves, so just do you, man. You got your own shit too. Start your own thing and just go out there and do you. Feel good about it, and if you don't, then support others, because this is the next thing. It's not gonna be, soap operas.
Man.
Yo, dude. Hey,
Man.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Is pro-choice like for abortions?
Yeah.
So like illegalize abortions or like make them okay?
Like you're saying you believe in abortions or you don't believe in abortions?
I believe in abortions.
And why?
Because honestly, if the mother isn't ready, then they shouldn't have it. If the father isn't ready, they shouldn't have it. If it's just gonna if it's gonna set you up for like a really like bad life, then honestly, I say just don't have it. And
what
like
about abortion? I mean, adoption.
Adoption, I think adoption is acceptable.
So you don't believe in abortion, you believe in adoption.
No, I believe in abortion.
So, like,
but I also believe in adoption.
Well, you're talking about the parents and the outcome. If the
Yeah.
outcome doesn't involve the child, right, and she has it, and then the child's gone, right? Isn't that acceptable to you?
Yeah.
So abortion's not okay. Adoption is your recommendation.
No, I say both is okay.
Well,
like, okay, sorry.
So what's I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out what's the difference. Like, you have a child, right? You know you can't have it, and you don't want to have it. You can either kill it or you can give it up for adoption.
Yeah.
You're saying you're okay with both of those, to kill it or give it up for adoption. Okay.
Yeah.
So when are you okay to kill it?
I'm okay to kill it if the parents are just not ready, like they're not financially ready, or
I just think of like the most like insane scenario, and I just like kind of bring it to this because it has been pushed in legislation, but I'm not going to bring that up, but because it was a couple people and it's very minuscule, but it is very important to think of that basically there was a woman who was taking a dump one morning. She thought, and she had a baby, and she pushed out a baby, and she didn't know she was pregnant, right? So let's bring it to the point that the baby's 9 months old. It's going to come out in 1 week, and the mother has the decision to kill it. Would you say that's okay? So it's fully grown, and then even when I take it to that point, you've heard of premature births. They can happen at 6 months. So that baby could have come out earlier. 3 months earlier and still survived, right? But at 9 months, let's just say she figured out 1 week before, and she's like, man, I felt like I had to take a shit, and it was weird, and I had this weird feeling, and she goes to the doctor, and they're like, yeah, you have a baby, and they're like, do you want us to kill it? Like, would you say that's okay? But it's already fully grown.
I would say it would be okay.
While it's fully grown?
And even if they don't kill it, they can always just give it to adoption. Because if they don't want the baby and they aren't ready for the baby, I feel like they just shouldn't have it.
No. Well, that's the decision, though. Are you going to give it up for adoption, or are you going to kill it? And it's 9 months old.
Well,
it's going to come out in 1 week regardless. Regardless, it'll come out in 1 week, and it'll be a life, right? And well, I think it's a life prior, but if you want to bring it to just up to birth, right? The fact, if you want to bring life and death up to actually coming out of the canal, which if you look at contraception, when the egg actually meets the sperm, it creates a whole new genetic code that determines height, weight, hairstyle, eye color, skin color, nose, personality, everything to your genetic code is created as soon as you have sex. So, I mean, as soon as you're born. But if you want to bring it to the ultimate extreme, my question is, like, would you say it's okay, like, this baby, like, could have already been born premature, and then at the same time, it's going to be born in 1 week, but you find out about it and you say, let's kill it, right? Or let's say you don't even know about it and it goes into the toilet. They've even talked about the point that after birth, you can have the decision to have an abortion. So after it's already born, you can kill it and say that I don't think it's going to have a good life.
So after, like, it came out and everything, they just decided to kill it?
They've talked about it. It's a very small crowd, but the fact is they've talked about it, and it's being pushed more and more. It first started with first trimester. Now in a lot of states, it's pushed to second trimester. In certain states, for certain regards, it's pushed to third trimester. Like as far as health issues or rape in third trimester, you can kill your baby. And
Yeah.
they're pushing it up to birth, and even past birth. So my question is like where do you stand? Like what is actually deemed as life, and do you think it is life prior to actually coming out of the canal, right?
Mhm.
So I mean,
I
if
think
I'm sorry.
I think. Oh, sorry. I think that like after it's been born, honestly, I don't even think you should kill it. That's when I think you should give it to adoption, right? Because I don't even know like an abortion could happen after birth. I thought it was just something that could happen only.
Well, it can, but they're talking of it, so I don't want to push that and tell you that that's a scenario and that's actually what's happening. What is actually happening though, when you actually have a baby, have you heard of the day after pill?
It sounds familiar.
Basically,
but I'm not entirely sure what it is.
Basically, when you have sex and you think that something bad's gonna happen, you go and take this pill the next day, and you will be guaranteed that nothing will happen, right?
So basically, a plan B.
Yeah, plan B, basically. So basically, it only works if you do it within a certain amount of time after you had sex, because the baby will be born after that. Now, when you look at pregnancy tests, they're only accurate up to about a month and a half sometimes, depending on what pregnancy test you get. So then when you take it to where the baby is, right? So after a month, about 3 weeks, it starts gaining its vital organs, which means it starts to grow a heart. And in about a month and a half, it already has a heart. So if you would say that, you have something in you that's growing that has a heart, or I heard a really good scenario. If you were to, let me just ask you this one question. If you were to find right now, on YouTube or Google or anything, bacteria was found on Mars, rare bacteria from Mars, would you say that is life found on Mars?
Yeah, technically.
So if it's technically life found on Mars, what's the difference between a bundle of cells in a woman's body compared to a bacteria found on Mars? It is life. The fact is it's not enough life to permit what we see, but it is life. And that's what I look at, is you have a different chromosome buildup from the mother and the father. It is completely different, and it is growing. Now, how life is made is from the mistakes that you make.
True.
Or the success you make because you want to do this, right? So it's not just a mistake. I don't want to disparage having a baby, because it can be an amazing thing, and people celebrate life, right? So abortion is the ultimatum of not celebrating life. And why aren't we celebrating life? When people die, we celebrate life, even after they're gone, right?
True. Yeah.
So, I mean, that's kind of where I stand. Is I don't even believe in the death penalty. I don't believe in killing anybody.
Yeah, I don't either.
So when you're looking at a human life in the womb, you can only find out after a heart is already started. I mean, when you're coming from the heart, I'm trying to come from the heart as a baby, dude. That's a fucking thing, right?
Yeah.
That's bacteria on Mars, right? I mean, like. And you have a way to outcome if something bad does happen. You have adoption. You have contraceptions like birth control, condoms. Like, I don't disparage that, and do what you want to do. Just don't create life if you don't want to have it. At the same time, like, if you do have it and all that doesn't work, I don't think you should kill something. So, you know
yeah,
what I mean?
I can respect that.
Yeah, If you want to follow my YouTube, man, I'm kind of asking people tonight. Oh, that's not it right there. That's my Discord, but let me grab this right here.
Oh, I'm gonna subscribe to your YouTube.
Oh yeah, let me post my YouTube right here. I'm asking people. I usually do like MAGA hat reactions, kind of different stuff on the media and what I feel on it. But my overall stance is kind of cultural, and that's why I like Omegles. You get a different cultural stance. Even you're borderline, but when I kind of break down the specifics of it, you can agree with me.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I agree with you at some points.
Yeah, so I mean, I appreciate that, and I love conversation like this, and I try to continue it. So, hey, I hope you have a good. Let me ask you though, one last question.
Yeah,
where are you from?
I'm from California.
California, California. Yeah. Hey, are you scared?
Scared?
Like, is there bums shitting on the sidewalk and stuff?
Oh no, there isn't. There's a lot of them, but like they're not chilling. They're like chilling under a bridge.
If you don't mind me asking, are you guys comfortable or are you thinking about leaving? Has there been talk?
Well, okay. Here's the thing. I was born in California, but I'm in Louisiana right now.
Okay.
Yes, and
so you guys already left?
Yeah, we already left, but it was like for an entirely different reason.
Okay. Well, yeah. Would you go back? Or is your family thinking about going back? Or are they like, good thing we left?
My mom's saying good thing we left, but honestly, I don't want to go back.
Yeah, no, I would just look at it as like, I'm living with my parents too, so I don't disparage you from that. But there's a reason why they're saying that. And right now, what's going on in California is not a good thing. It's a beautiful place, and it's kind of sad. So
it is. That's what my mom says too.
But I appreciate you, man, Louisiana.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for the talk, dude.
Yeah,
it was really interesting.
No worries. I'm gonna try to talk to more people, get more experience, and that's why I ask you where you're from. Like, you're from California, but you live in Louisiana.
Yeah, I live in Louisiana right now.
It makes sense why you have a little bit different output, but you're still on like. How long ago did you guys move there?
We moved here like 2 years ago.
Damn, yeah. So you're very recent.
Yeah.
But you seem to be realizing my point of views other than just telling
me. I did start realizing your point. Yeah.
I mean, and that's kind of the difference is people that I'm not gonna generalize, but a lot that I meet kind of want to just tell me I'm wrong, and you kind of listen more. So.
Yeah, no, I want to hear like your input on it.
I appreciate
it was really interesting.
No, yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate your input as well, and that's why I do this. But fucking like, it's we both have our own point of views, and I respect yours. Like,
yeah, I respect yours too. That's why I didn't like interrupt you or anything. I just wanted to like hear you out.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Hey, well, I hope you have a good night, man.
Yeah, you too, man.
Do you? If you got something that you're working on right now, try to expand on that.
All right.
Doing it.
Thank you, man. Have a good one.
Later. Cool, dude. Mass production foods from fast food producers, Kraft, Pepsi, Nestle, all contain tissues. Oh my god. That was definitely found in one of the vaccines. I don't know which one it was, but I'm pretty sure it was definitely found in one of the vaccines. It's a very known genetic that was put from one guy. Oh, it's saying I'm a robot again. Yeah, dude.
Yo, okay.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question,
what?
Dude? Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Honestly, dude, I don't really fucking know. But anyways, you look like you drive a Ford.
No, I drive a Jeep, but let me ask you this.
Oh, okay.
Do you believe in abortion? Like, do you think all girls should have abortions, whether they want to or
not?
I
mean, to be honest, it's pretty messed up because you're kind of killing, like...
Hey, I appreciate
kind of killing.
I'm asking people tonight. So let me ask you, like, you are definitely killing somebody, right? So I
Yeah,
gotta put
it's. I mean, it's a full baby. It has a heart. So I mean, I guess
do you know when a
yeah,
heart starts? About after 3 weeks to a month and a half, and that's
yeah.
prior to actually when birth control can actually tell you. So when we break it down, I agree with you, but I got the question asked to me: if a 13-year-old girl got raped, what would your opinion be on that?
I mean, shit. Well, I don't really know what Plan B does, but
No,
maybe
I,
she
I
should
feel
take
you.
one.
I feel you. It's like that's fucked, right? So my opinion was, because he even went farther and to say, because my opinion first of all was, it when you look at it and overall, it's not the baby's fault, right?
That's true. Yeah.
So I put the burden onto the rapist, right? I don't put the
Mm-hmm.
burden onto the baby, so I would say that. But then he even put it farther and to say that it was my daughter who got raped by my brother. And in my opinion, it would be, I'm going to give my daughter the choice, but I'm going to tell her that adoption would be better if she doesn't agree with it and she doesn't want to do it. But to kill a life, I still think is wrong. So it was a weird one, huh? Like, I don't know. What would your opinion be if
Yeah.
your brother raped your daughter who was 13 years old?
My brother wouldn't be alive anymore.
Yeah, that's
To be
fucked.
honest, to be 100% honest with you, I don't have a brother, but I wouldn't have one after that.
Like,
No, definitely not.
No, it's fucked. But at the same time, it sounds like you believe in the death penalty. Do you?
I don't know.
Like, if some guy raped like 40 children, would you say he deserves to die?
Yeah.
I mean, like, at the same time, like, I say it's really fucked up. Like, that guy's
Okay.
fucked in the
They
mind. But
they deserve a second chance, but most of the time they don't get a second chance. And even if they do, they'd probably go out and do it again,
well,
like most people.
that's the issue, right? Is are they
Yeah.
gonna do it again? And that's really the question.
Mm-hmm.
But what I look at, and one of the best things I ever learned is it's easier to learn something than it is to unlearn something. And so when I bring it to the
Yeah.
point, to that, like, it's very true. But when you bring it to that point, how do babies come out? Babies do not come out hitting people. They don't come out with anything on their mind unless
Yeah,
they're
because they're taught that way.
exactly.
Or
So
something triggers them to do that.
exactly. So if they're taught that way, it makes me see that yes, they are taught that, and it's gonna be really hard to unteach it. But the fact is they come out majority of the time not coming out hitting people insane and maniacs, right? So
Yeah.
I bring it to the point that I don't think the death penalty is necessarily the best outcome to just wipe them out. And that's kind of where my principle stands is like killing somebody is very extreme. Like I believe I like Trump, but when he went and did the
So
drone
do I.
strikes, when he went and did the drone strikes on Soleimani, everybody loved it, and it was like for me, it was like, man, what? This is scary to me. It's like if there's just a drone going, this is like not even a person. It's coming up and shooting on you and firing rockets at
Yeah.
you, and it's like, what's the next level and who's getting attacked next, right? So I mean, it's a weird one, man. It's definitely a weird one to look at life like that. I thought we had moved farther. in our progression that, you know, or wouldn't even be necessary at this point. Why can't we have a debate? Are you that pissed off about an opposing idea? Because most conservatives are not violent. Most people who have an ideal of, against the far left, you know, moderate and leftists, would have the same ideal that we shouldn't be fighting, we should be talking and finding solutions. So where are we going? Why is it so violent? Have we been taught to be violent? And is it really the parents at this point? Most parents are like, hey, go onto your tablet. Get onto your game. Go and watch your TV show. We're watching X Factor. Get away from us. We're watching these people do amazing things. Go into your room. Fucking A, man. No, it's not them though. It's the disconnect from the child to the parent, possibly even to how do kids connect with their parents who are so involved but have no way to explain to their child. Maybe. You see these people protesting, some of them's gotta have kids, right? Hey, where are your kids at, dude? You just hire a babysitter? Like, dude, I'm going out protesting. I'll come watch my kids for $50. Says I'm a robot. Yo, dude.
Osuna,
Hey, can I ask you a question?
¿yo clash en español?
No. I can't. Yo,
Show me your butthole.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Show me your butthole.
What's that?
Show me your butthole.
What?
That's good
No. Honestly, can I ask you a question?
Okay, what's the question?
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro. Whatever the fuck you want to do.
So that's pro-choice, right?
Yeah.
When do you think it's okay to kill a baby? Like, at what stage? What trimester?
Well, God gave us free will, so you can kill it whenever you want. Like, even after it's born.
So let me ask you this then. If you bring it to that, then a baby, when an egg meets a sperm, it creates a whole new chromosomes. It's different from the mother and the father. So
Yeah.
is that not free will for that life right there?
Well, I literally said you should be allowed to kill your baby after it's born, so I mean, I don't think I really care.
Like after it's born?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like in the wild, they kill their kids if they like, you know.
So let me ask you this then. Would you say it's okay to kill your brother if he's not in the wild and you guys are just chilling?
I mean, like if he's an asshole, why not?
Well, why not? Do you think babies come out hitting people because it's a lot harder to learn something or to unlearn something than it is to learn something. So you can learn something very easily, but
Yeah.
it's very
Well-
hard to unlearn that one thing.
Well, yeah. Well, I have free will. I have free will, so I can kill whoever I want.
Well, agreed. But the fact is, did you come out learning that?
No, but who knows? Maybe there are babies that kill.
What if
You
you
don't
were
know.
taught that you didn't have free will?
That's scary.
It's scary,
Then it'd be
right?
like God compelled me to kill or something.
So if you didn't have rights and you didn't have the ability to do something like a baby in the womb, it would be kind of scary, right?
Well, I'm Christian, so I'm going to believe in free will every single time.
Yeah, so the baby's free will. Agreed. I believe the
Yeah.
same thing. So the baby should have its own ability to decide its own life, and you shouldn't have the ability to decide the baby's life.
I mean, I have the ability to kill whoever I want. I'll probably go to jail for it, but I can go on
You
the run
have the
too.
ability, agreed, but is it
Yeah.
moral?
I mean, I don't care if it's moral. I'm gonna do what I want.
Well, I'm asking, is it moral? Like, I don't care if you care, but I'm asking, is it yes or no? Is it moral?
Moral is dictated by the individual.
And I'm asking you, as an individual, is it moral to you to kill a baby?
Maybe. Yeah, I guess. Wait, for me personally, I don't want to kill babies.
Okay.
But if somebody else wants to kill a baby, then that's them. That's their choice.
Okay, agreed. But you wouldn't do it personally.
I wouldn't want to kill a baby.
So that's really the issue with pro-life and pro-choice is most people would say it's okay to kill a baby, but they wouldn't do it themselves. So the main issue is you agree with something that you don't agree with. You're contradicting yourself.
Well, to me, it's like different people like different things. So if somebody else wants to kill a baby, then who am I to say that they could kill a baby?
No, I completely agree. They can decide their own thing, but you don't agree with it. So in reality, if most people didn't agree with it, but they also say that they do agree with it, it kind of makes a narrative that it's okay, correct?
Well, the difference is if I was a baby killer, then I would want to kill babies.
No, my question is, does it not create a narrative that it is okay to kill a baby? Even though majority of people would say that they wouldn't do it themselves?
I mean, that's because, different people like different things, and it takes emotional intelligence to know that different people like different things.
Well,
and just because you wouldn't want to do something doesn't mean it matters
you
if
can bring
other people do
intelligence
it.
into it, but I'm asking you a simple question. Does that create a narrative? And it does, correct?
Okay. I don't like yellow shoes. That doesn't mean I don't think everybody else shouldn't wear yellow shoes.
But if majority of the population said yellow shoes weren't okay, would majority of the population not wear yellow shoes? Even though it doesn't matter?
I don't care what other people do with their time.
No, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you the fact that if majority of the people said it was not okay to wear yellow shoes, even though themselves would wear yellow shoes, but because it's popular, does that not create a narrative?
I mean, I don't care.
I'm just saying, it's a yes or no. It does create a popular opinion, correct?
Here's the issue.
Well, no, just answer my question, please.
People are always gonna do what they want.
I know
that's the
that.
issue, and you have to be okay with that.
I am okay with that, and I'm telling you I'm okay with that, but does it not create a narrative?
I mean, who cares about the narrative? People can do it regardless of narrative. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble keeping up with you because I'm in a call with my boyfriend.
No,
and it's like
the narrative does matter though. Your boyfriend hasn't said anything, by the way, but the narrative does matter when it comes to the point that yes, you don't agree with it, but when you say that it is okay because you don't care about other people, and majority of the people do not agree with it and they wouldn't do it themselves, correct?
Yeah.
And everybody would not do it, but everybody says it's okay. Does that not give the person who is maybe not mentally stable or unintelligent the ability to say, okay, let's just look at the popular opinion and say, I'm going to do it based off you saying it's okay? Or everybody else.
That goes for everything.
No, that's a narrative. Yes, that's a narrative.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
But it goes for everything. And
if your narrative is being put out that you don't care, but you actually do have an opinion, well, the fact is you do care.
No, because the thing is, people can choose to follow the narrative if they want. Some people want to follow the narrative, and some people don't want to follow the narrative. Like me.
Opt out of the matrix, yeah.
Yeah, like
Agreed.
me personally, I'm not going to follow the narrative that
Agreed.
that religion
No.
is shit. I'm
But-
never going to follow that
but do you
narrative
see-
because that's my choice.
Let me ask
But
you
if
this.
I want to follow a specific narrative, it's because I want to follow that narrative.
Agreed. But do you see where you're contradicting even yourself?
I feel like you're not really
No,
being
hold on.
consistent in your logic.
Let me put it forward for you, because if you're not seeing it, you wouldn't do it yourself, but you're okay with it.
I mean, I wouldn't do it myself because
Why wouldn't you do it yourself?
I like babies.
And you wouldn't kill somebody is the real reason, right?
I mean, I would kill somebody if they pissed me off enough.
Okay, so that's where it gets a little skeptical. You believe in the death penalty then?
I mean, here's the thing. I believe if you feel like somebody deserves to die, then you can take it upon yourself to kill that person, and that's on your free will. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong because I don't dictate what's right or wrong. But with your free will, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But
So it's like-
but if your free will,
Because people want to go through war.
because they're taught to go through war, correct?
Because people want to go through war.
No, they're taught, correct?
Yeah, because
If we're all
they
taught,
choose what they want to believe in, you know?
if we're all taught that war is based on who yells the loudest and not who kills the most people, wouldn't war be based on just yelling?
I feel like people choose what they feel, and people choose to feel shitty
But
most of the
what do
time.
they
And
choose
if they
based
want to
off
feel
of?
shitty and go to war, that's fine. That's good for
But
them.
what do they choose based off of? What they learn?
They choose.
If you
They
put,
choose.
if
No,
you,
wait,
okay,
not
let me put it like this.
necessarily.
Let me put it
I
like
mean,
this.
I think a lot
Hold
of things are manifestations of somebody's
Agreed.
inner
It's manifestations based off of what you already know. But let me put it like this: if a baby was born and put into a room for its entire life, what would it know?
It would know the
room.
room, of course.
So
That's
if the
the
basic
cave,
fact
the
is,
allegory of the cave.
the fact is you are taught what you are saying right now. And my definition is, if you were taught that abortion is bad, I believe the same thing, and I think we should teach that as well, that abortion is bad. Now, if you give people free will, I agree with you that they should have their ability to do anything, but you should
Mhm.
still put your point of view out there and let people know that you think it's wrong. Because when
I'm
you're
pretty
taught
sure.
something,
I'm pretty sure the Bible states that the fetus is part of the mother. Like it's not its own being until after it's born.
Well, let me put
I'm
it
pretty
like
sure
this.
that's in the Bible.
Let me put it like this. Would you say bacteria found on Mars? They say they found bacteria on Mars. Oh my God. Would you say that's life found on Mars?
I don't know. Isn't bacteria like not alive? I'm pretty sure bacteria is like.
Well, it grows. It does its
Well, it's
own
alive.
thing.
It's just like a single cell organism, right?
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
a single cell organism.
It's like a carrot.
Yep.
It's a fucking carrot.
Oh, it's like a carrot.
Would you say that's life found
Yeah,
on
you
Mars?
know, like what?
I don't know. I don't
Would you
know
say a
enough
tree is
about
life?
that to
Because
speak
a
on
tree
that.
compared to a carrot kind of be the same thing, right? Except you can actually feast off of it, rather.
Yeah. I mean,
So it's
I'm gonna
life-
go
it's
based off what
life-
the Bible says,
Well,
and
no,
the Bible
I
does-
agree with you. I
Bible-
agree with
yeah.
you. I agree with you on what the Bible says, but I'm just bringing it to a hypothetical. If there's bacteria found on Mars, would you consider that life?
Yeah, I mean,
So
or
so
potential
so
for life.
if there is bacteria found in a human, which there's many bacteria found on us that are foreign bacterias, other
Yeah.
single-celled organisms, are there
Yeah.
other life cells on us?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so then with a baby, right? When you bring it to a
Mhm.
baby, now how is that baby created? First of all, it's from two people, not just one. So it's not
Yeah.
just living off the mother. It's created from the father.
Yeah.
And it doesn't just live off the mother. It's grown from a mother and father to create the cycle of life through our species. So it's different than just a bacteria or a what do they say, a parasite? Because a parasite,
it's not a parasite.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a parasite. So the difference is it is life, and it is grown off of you. So the fact is, at that point, it's completely different from the mother, the father, and you. And the only way to recreate is through you. So at that basis, it's a life, and that's why you believe it as well, and that's why you're agreeing with me. But if you put out your point of view into that and how you actually dive into it, rather than saying, I think you should just be able to kill something, because I don't think you should kill anything. I don't believe in the death penalty. I don't believe in killing anything. I went vegetarian for the last year because I didn't even like killing animals. So I mean, like, the fact is, like,
No, you're vegetarian. You're vegetarian. That's bullshit. I'm vegan. You gotta cut the cheese because they still kill the cows.
Pescatarian. I eat eggs and cheese, but I just started eating meat again recently, and I try to be specific on it because if you look at, and this is what really scares me, and I'm even controversial on myself, but when you look at the population and why they actually were hunting to begin with, and why it was helping the population, is because more animals were plentiful and it was able to be easier of life. When you have a mass abundance of rabbits that pop up and they take all the food, people are going to die from starvation. So when you don't have enough in the area you're living in, but when you bring that to a human, the Great Reset and what they're talking about and controlling the population, that's where it kind of defeats me, and like where it gets too much for me, and I'm like, all right, this is getting a little bit on the gray line.
Has to do with little piglets and cows, like they're factory farmed, but.
The what?
Can you hear him?
He's scuffed. What do you say?
He said, what does rabbits have to do with little piglets and factory farms?
If you want to talk about rapids and factory farms and climate change, with climate change, 5% of the entire CO2 output on Earth right now is determined off of cows. We make up about 10% of that 5%. Now, when you bring it to 60%, 60% of it is made up by kelp. You know I'm sorry, not kelp, krill. You know the little tiny fish that whales eat? Supposedly 1,000 of them. You've seen it in Finding Nemo. 60% of them, or 60% of the CO2 output is caused by these tiny little fish. They put out massive amounts of CO2 every year, and they run wild in the ocean. There's nothing we can do. The other 20% is made up by volcanoes. If you were to look at one volcano poof, one little spout of carbon emissions that come from a volcano, which is different than the carbon emissions that come from cars or anything else that we create. It's very highly acidic and very dangerous to our Earth. One poof from a volcano is compared to the last 200 years of the Industrial Revolution. So everything we've done the last 200 years is compared to one poof of a volcano, and that's only 20% of the CO2 I'll make, because there's not a lot of volcanoes popping off right now. The other 60% is made up by krill, which is a little tiny fish, and then the other 15% is sporadically spread out between different mammals. 5% of it is mostly by cows because we produce cows. So 10% of that is us. I mean, we are not making really much of a difference, and I don't know if that's what he was talking about, but I hope that gives some information on it.
No, he was talking about the torture of the animals in the in the factory farms.
Okay, so what I bring it to, why I think eating meat is okay. Jordan Peterson.
I mean,
I don't know if
wait,
you know.
Wait, here, let me, wait, no, I hear you, but I gotta say one thing. We don't, me and him, we're both vegan. We don't care about hunting. Like, if you're gonna hunt an animal, sure, just, treat it with respect.
Yeah.
But
Like
it's
an
factory
Indian, right?
farming.
Like an
yeah,
Indian
it's factory.
or a Native American. I'm sorry, but
Yeah, like that's fine. We're cool with that. We don't care.
I agree.
But
The same
when it
thing.
comes
Like
to the
if you
factory
were
farming, yeah, yeah. If you know if we're hungry, we're
factory
gonna do
farming
that.
is fucked. But on a mass scale, you do need it. Is what I will say.
Mm,
When
I
you
don't agree.
when you
I
look
don't
at
agree
our
with that.
when you look at our population that our bums are fat, it definitely shows that we are more healthier than majority of the people around the world based off of what we're able to eat.
Yeah. Mm,
Not only wealth wise, but what I will bring it to, what I will bring it to, what I will bring it to, is I was thinking about kind of doing an app for this because of the studies that came out about it, but basing it off of your ancestral diet, which you can do without meat, like an ancestry.com kind of thing. But when you bring it down to the point, I'll bring up Jordan Peterson. I don't know if you guys know who he is, but basically his daughter had an autoimmune disease. Him and his wife also have it as well, but his daughter had a very severe autoimmune disease. When she would eat something, basically she would be bedridden for months on end.
Wow.
Not being able to move at all, like not being able to do anything. Doctors tried to help her, tried to do other things. She broke it down to the point of her diet, and what she did is now the only thing this woman eats is beef, and she can have a little tiny bit of pepper, and with doing that, she's able to walk around and be a normal person and not be bedridden, and not like from birth to then she figured it out and did it on her own, and she figured out based off of her diet, and she looked at her ancestors and what they ate, and she broke it down to what they ate and then tried to eat that. When it didn't work, she broke it down to a simpler version of what they ate and the main protein and what can actually survive based off of one thing that she can eat. And she broke it down to just eating beef with a little tiny bit of pepper is all she can actually season it with. And that's how she is able to actually survive and walk around, do podcasts now, and be almost kind of she was just in the Times piece that she was more important than Jordan Peterson in the Times piece. So, I mean,
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it different things for different people for sure. For him actually, going vegan like really helped his heartburn and his stomach acid problems. He used to throw up bile like every morning, right, baby?
Yeah, no, I feel great. Veganism stoked for me.
Yeah, it worked really well for him.
I completely agree. What I would look into though is if you go 100% vegan, you still need supplement.
4 years,
Yeah. I mean, I still eat B12 sometimes. You know, I still supplement, and he supplements too by drinking Monster.
No, you should, and I don't disagree with that because I did the same thing, and I went and bought vitamins because I knew it was going to be dangerous. But that shows you that, you know, what I always brought it to is because I feed my dog raw dog food, right? And everybody's like, why are you feeding your dog raw dog food and meat? And it's like, what the hell? And it's like, dude, what do you think about a wolf? And then like, exactly, right? You don't see a bunch of wolves around a campfire cooking their meat. And then I reversed it, and I was like, why are we sitting around a campfire cooking our meat? Well, the reason we cook it is because we can't eat it raw, right?
Yeah, of course.
But what our bodies have been able to produce is people can eat it raw now. And it is known that people do eat it raw. If you look at John Wayne, part of the reason he died is because he had too much raw meat in his stomach. And raw meat does get digested, but it takes about 2.5 weeks. It takes a lot longer to actually digest it, but you can do it. So the fact is over generations, our bodies have learned to adapt, and we're not herbivores anymore. We're omnivores. So there is a level to where we can produce it, and we can, and we probably should take in a little bit just because of our past. And that's why you supplement, and I agree with that. But it's a fine level, and when more people when they come from some other place where they were fully meat eaters for the last 200 years rather than
Yeah.
omnivores, not having full-on meat and having to settle with some grains or possibly vegetables. It all depends on where you came from and where you adapted. So it's definitely a difference in everybody, and I don't disagree with your ideal, but the fact is you do need supplement, and you can get really sick from not having it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually gonna ask you something. Are you streaming right now?
Yeah, dude.
Hi.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, viewers. Hi, what's
There's
up?
5 people watching.
Oh, five. Hi. Just so y'all know, I was kind of trolling earlier, so don't
Nah,
take what I said seriously.
nah, I knew you were
But
trolling, but I figured if I ask the right questions, I get deep into it, and we got into a good conversation, so I appreciate it.
yeah, of course. I mean, personally, do what you want, believe what you want. Personally, you're kind of I guess reasoning is just a little bit too logic based for me personally. I do believe in logic and I do rely on logic often, but I think that if we rely on logic too much, it can lead us astray. And that's yeah. And
Well, no,
I
okay, so
personally,
let me put it like this, because I feel like you're saying that it will lead to the path of where we do worse than better. So
yeah,
and I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
Mhm.
based on it, if we
Yeah.
were to realize what was to actually be healthy for us, because I again did it myself.
yeah.
So
Like
if I
to
were to
me,
say like basically we need to realize that
yeah.
maybe it might not be the main source, and we can
Mhm.
move away from that and
Yeah.
reprogram maybe our genetics, but at the moment we're not at that point, and if we move towards that, it would be a good thing. I'm not saying
Yeah.
it would be a
I
bad
mean,
thing, so I'm just saying where we're at right now. There's definitely a point where we still need it, and that's why you supplement, and I agreed
I
with
mean,
that, but
yeah. I mean, we find B12 in dirt actually, and that's where animals actually get their
yeah,
B12. They get it from
exactly.
the dirt. So, I mean, if we were actually eating the way we're supposed to, we wouldn't need to supplement B12.
But
Uh,
let me put it like this: I agree with you, but how do you
yeah.
do it on a mass scale? How do you
Yeah.
do it for somebody who, let's say just in India makes
hmm
less than $200 a month,
Yeah.
or people who make an average worldwide $1 a day? Um,
Yeah.
it's hard, right? And if
I'm,
you can mass produce to actually keep people going, um,
yeah.
it's depopulation at that point. Would you rather have less people and better product, or would you
Yeah.
rather have more people and work towards better product?
I'm assuming you believe in the globalist agenda.
No, I don't though. That's what I'm
Oh,
asking, is because I don't want the idea to be that um, we should, because the globalist idea is we should work towards, you know, doing this correctly, and if we don't do
yeah.
it correctly, we need to make it correctly. Now, when you look at the outcome of how you do it correctly, um,
hmm
the way that we're doing it right now means that
Yeah.
we're not doing it correctly, and the amount
Yeah.
of people that we have
Yeah.
right now is definitely
Yeah.
going to reduce off of doing it correctly, because these people are living off of not doing it correctly. You know what I mean? So it's
Uh,
like once you
I,
force these people to do it correctly, they can't live anymore.
yeah. I actually, I haven't studied veganism in a minute, because I used to look at the stats and stuff. But I remember reading that there's a lot of land being used to supplement uh, the production of cows and livestock. And because they eat so much, it actually takes up a lot of land. And if instead of, using that land to feed livestock, it would be more productive to use it to feed us um, grains and plants rather
But
than,
that
yeah,
that takes it to, okay. So I heard a study that they
yeah.
did the same thing. I forget what country it was, but basically they took it and they said, "Oh, we're gonna create rice fields, and we're
Mhm.
gonna give you guys vitamin E,
Yeah.
And it took about 30 bowls of rice a day to actually get the full supplement of what you actually need in vitamin E.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
they
but that
say
was only rice. Yeah.
so what I'm saying is basically when you look at a cow and you look at
Yeah.
meat, it's
Yeah.
very nutritious.
Yeah.
Regardless
Yeah, it
if
is.
regardless if it's bad, I'm saying it's very nutritious. And that's the difference I make is if you only have cows and chickens and livestock supporting your whole thing and you can't grow enough food because the land is barren and you can't actually grow in the land, but you can go and feed something and hope that it would live long enough to where you can support it for something to eat. I mean, that's really the difference, and I agree with you that we should probably try to move towards that.
Yeah.
But to move towards that on a global scale, that's what they are moving towards. And when you have people living in places where they can't grow anything, they buy a chicken and they try to go and get some eggs off it for a couple months, and then when it comes down to the point where they're so hungry they have to kill the chicken to eat it. That's what I bring it to, and it's a really hard decision, but at the same point, it's definitely the conversation to have and not to overlook.
For sure. That's why we always have to help each other and assist each other where we can. Definitely.
We should be so thankful because for you to relate on the fact that is a problem, like we don't have that problem for me and you, obviously. So
for sure, I come from a third world country. I know what it's like, you know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you, but like I just think of that and I bring it to the same sense. I mean, we're off the subject of pro-life and pro-choice, but at the same sense, just killing something when you look at an animal, when it comes down to it, a dog would give its life, I think, for you, and that was a really hard question for me. That I still probably wouldn't do it myself, but my manager had asked me, if you were in the wild and you were about to die unless you had food, would you kill your dog and eat your dog? And he said he would do it because he thinks his dog would want him to do that because it's so loyal. And I said, that's a good point because I do think your dog would want you to do it, but I don't think myself I would be able to do it. So that's where I kind of got the disconnect, but
different strokes for different folks.
It was a weird question though, right?
That dog down and chop it up. You're gonna waste half of its meat. Like it's just gonna go bad in a survival situation. You know what I'm saying? Don't kill your dog. Cut meat off your buttocks.
Well, that was the other side of it. That like the dog can go and hunt for you, can do other things to actually get food for you, but when it comes down to the very last moment, like your dog would almost want you to do it, like. And that's what he put to me, like it's so loyal that it would want you to actually survive rather than him. I was like, wow, that's a really weird thing to think about.
It is.
And I think it is true because I think the dog actually would want that, but
I don't know if Tito would want me to eat him. He's kind of like a cat.
Well, maybe not. Cats are kind of like their own shit, but
he's like, don't fuck with me, bitch. I'll eat you.
And my cat was the coolest cat in the world. Whenever my girlfriend back in the day came over, it would be like, come in and be like, hey, get the fuck away. And like, she was allergic to cats, but
yeah. He's allergic to dogs too, but he loves them.
But it was a weird question though, right? Like, would you kill your dog? And like, it just put me on that spot. Like, you know, they would want it, and it's like, I got it put to me earlier, which was the best point of view I think ever on pro-life and pro-choice. If you were to look at a dog getting put down, and if it's so bad to the point where you have to put it down, and it's like, well, you have to live through that moment. It's not an easy decision. It's not just, okay, I'm gonna do this, right? And that's what the difference with pro-life and pro-choice. You could just say, okay, I'm gonna do this. So when you look at the dog and it getting put down, like, I brought to the point, like, think about your grandpa, right? And he falls out of his chair when he's super old. he breaks his hip, and he's living on a breathing machine. And you're like, should we pull the plug? And it's like, what's the difference between pulling the plug on your dog and pulling the plug on your grandpa?
Yeah.
And there is a difference, right, though? I mean, it definitely is a difference because when you look
no, I'm just cold.
Let me put it like this. Would you say, like, okay, I killed my grandpa or I killed my dog? Would you say there's a difference there?
No.
Well,
I mean, I guess socially there is a difference, but ultimately, no.
Ultimately, no. You're still taking a life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot what the instance was that I brought up earlier. It was a little bit better than that because dogs and other life forms are still valuable, but like
abortion.
I mean, in reference to abortion, honestly, morally, I can't decide whether it's moral or not, whether it's justified or not. That's not for me. I'm Christian. That's up to God. I'm not going to judge anybody that does it.
You do.
What?
You do, though.
What?
You do have a moral justification, and that's why you're still talking to me, because you do not believe that it's okay, but you don't want to put it on to other people, and that's really the fact of pro-life and pro-choice, and that's what I was trying to put to you earlier. It's really like you really don't think it's right, and most people don't think it's right, but they'll be okay with it. And what are you okay with? Like, if somebody goes out and just, what if she sleeps around every weekend? She's going out looking for a new dude, doing this, doing that, every weekend. You're like, dude, you're gonna fuck up, and you're like telling your best friend, like, dude, what are you doing right now? Like, you're just going out here, just like letting guys treat you like shit, do this and do that. Like, you would not be okay with that morally, and I feel that.
I mean, the thing is, I will never put my morals onto others because I will always believe in something different than anybody else, and I don't think there is such a thing as a universal ethics.
I agree. You're not putting it onto somebody else. I'm asking your personal opinion, and I'm saying that you wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I personally, but that doesn't mean I don't think other people should make decisions based off of my beliefs.
I'm saying people do make decisions off of other people, correct?
But that's because they want to.
Agreed. And I'm not saying that you don't do that because you're strong and you're based and you have principle.
Yeah.
Other people don't, and they go off of what you say. And if you go out there and tell people that you don't give a fuck if you give, but that's not that's not the truth, and that's the difference.
Yeah. But I think it's a different. I think it's a dangerous thing to infantize. It's a dangerous thing to infantize people. It's a dangerous thing to say people can't make decisions for themselves.
I'm not saying that at all.
Well, that's what you're implying. You're implying that people are going to make decisions based off of what other people want, and even if it is based off of what other people want, that's what they want to do.
No. You're just pushing the two against each other. Infantizing people is putting people down. People being infants, that's their own decision.
Yeah.
So your decision on what you do and think of other people is a different thing. What they do is a different thing.
To me, if somebody's a fully grown adult, I'm not going to say that their decision is wrong because it's not up to me to judge that. I'm Christian. I'm never going to say that somebody's... I'm not going to say that somebody's being a baby when they make a certain decision.
I'm putting it farther that if majority of the people do not think it's okay for themselves to do it, but they agree that other people can do it, the common person, again, like yourself, would not do it, but the person who is not knowledgeable enough, right, would think that it is okay.
I mean, but it doesn't.
That's my logic.
The thing is, it doesn't matter if they're knowledgeable enough or not. They're an adult, and they've come to that conclusion because they're an adult, whether they've learned it or not.
My question is,
my question
is though, morally, do you think it's dangerous?
By the time abortion is an issue, it's not even an adult we're talking about. It's a child. Can that kid really be you know, they can't make up their own mind.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean,
if they can't
when
make
does
up their own mind, what about adoption?
adoption, baby?
Rape babies. Some women don't want to keep the child, you know.
So why is it the child's fault? I'm saying I don't think you should kill anybody, and
she was taken advantage of again. She felt so much guilt that she ended up keeping the child and putting it up for
I
adoption.
agree with you. That's one of the main points that it's brought to.
Now, the daughter that she thought she lost got back in touch with her. She thought everything was fine, and now everything's not fine, and they hate each other or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like there's more there.
There is backlash from it.
Towards my mother for her choice.
No doubt, no doubt. What I would put though, I'm sorry to cut you off. I kind of interrupted during it, but I agree with you that rape is a horrible thing, and it can come with a lot of different things coming out of it, and people like both sides of it getting fucked. But like what I put it to is, regardless, abortion is put onto the baby. The burden is put onto the baby. The burden should not be put onto the baby. The burden had no say in it. The baby had no say in it, not the burden. So when you put it onto rape, the burden is on the rapist. He did the wrong, right? He fucked up, and he should definitely be punished for that. Now, regardless, the outcome is there's a baby. And that is a life, and that life should continue on, in my opinion, because regardless, it has already happened. When you bring it to the past that there was something wrong that happened, agreed, there is something wrong that happened. Somebody should be punished. But regardless, the baby should not be punished because the baby did nothing wrong. So when we bring it to when you find out about it, how you know about it, that's the difference on when a baby is born, and you can talk about all of that, and we can get into that. But regardless, the baby is not responsible. The person who did the wrong is responsible.
So you think the woman should act as the sacrificial lamb?
No. Okay, so good question. What I put it to is 9 months of suffrage versus a baby's life.
That can be very traumatizing.
Well, regardless,
I mean,
let me ask you.
Yeah.
Would you put it to you would rather have 9 months of suffrage or a baby dying?
I'd rather. I mean,
you wouldn't have the decision. You wouldn't want to do it because it's a fucked situation.
No.
But the regardless thing is, you have a baby who can live the rest of its life, 90 years old, or you have 9 months of suffrage.
I'm going to be honest. My mental state isn't the best. I mean,
no, I appreciate
it. I probably would ultimately choose to end the child's life because
I appreciate your honesty.
I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle it.
I appreciate your honesty.
I couldn't. I probably get like postpartum depression or something, and then end up killing both of us.
Let me ask you this: how old are you?
I'm 24.
And if you had a baby right now, you wouldn't even be 25, right? Or you might be 25 and a half or something around there. But regardless, there is a lifetime ahead of you. And I think that the best experiences in life that people have, that you can gain from their experience, is people who are at their lowest and who actually come up from their low point. So if that is a low point, which it definitely would be if you got raped and have a child and you had to get rid of that child and give it up for adoption. But the experience you went through and actually fighting through that and saying that I gave this child life, and then at the same point, just knowing that your life is better at that point, that you don't have a baby at that point, you're not in a pregnancy, you don't have the burden of it, but you know that child is doing better, and the fact that you didn't kill it, and the fact that regardless, that this guy got punished for it, hopefully. So
Yeah.
I would hope the best scenario for every outcome in that, and I think the best scenario in every outcome would be the baby surviving. So that's just where I stand, and I don't mean to
Yeah,
put that on you, but
and those are your morals, and you have every right to believe in those morals, and you've come to believe in those morals based off of a certain logical framework, and that's how you came up with your morals. My morals are based off of logic and intuition, and that's just how I do my shit, and that's you do your shit the way you do shit, and then other people do their shit the way they do their shit, and his morals are based off of his experiences.
Let me ask you this: do you think it's okay that there's 1 million babies killed a year, and there's only about 700,000 people who die from heart disease, which is the #1 reason for death in the U.S.?
Yeah, I think if God wants to allow that to happen, I mean, as long as it's happening, then God is allowing it. And to me, like, I'm very Christian, so it's always going to be God at the end of the day.
Is God allowing it?
Yeah, God gave us free will, so He is allowing it. And God, remember, nothing passes through the hand of God. So
But
if He didn't want it to happen, it
taking
wouldn't be happening.
Again, are you taking free will away from the baby?
That's the thing. At the end of the day, I don't know. I can't decide that, and I can't
Okay.
reason that I can't reason that. That's God. Like, like they say, God is the ultimate judge. I can't judge that.
Let me put it to like this, because maybe I could break it down a little bit more simpler. The Plan B pill, right? So if you take it the day after,
Yeah.
right, the day after pill, whatever you want to call it. At that point, you have no idea if you have a baby or not. Yet,
Yeah.
It will make sure that you don't. So,
Yeah.
okay, agreed. If we take it to that, okay, agreed. You don't know, you do know, whatever. You could take the day after pill. Now, if you want to actually take a pregnancy test, the average pregnancy test goes about a month and a half.
Yeah.
Into pregnancy that you'll actually be able to find out.
Yeah.
When you look into about 3 weeks is when the vital organs start growing. This is when the heart starts to pump and starts to develop.
Yeah.
At 3 weeks prior to when you can actually find out a baby is being born. So at that point, you can't take the day after pill. You can't find out if you're being born. Yet there's a heart. Now, with a heart inside of another heart, would you say that that is a person?
No, because the Bible says otherwise.
What does the Bible say?
I believe the Bible states that a baby is not a person until it is born.
Okay, so let me put it to you like this. Would you kill a 9-month-old baby?
If it's born out of my
9 months for 17 years, for chances of spending 17 years in an orphanage with like a genetic chance of like their parents being an addict, right? Most of the time.
That's fine.
Why
blame it on the child?
I spent years with orphans. Like
he spent a lot of time with orphans.
Why blame it on you? You didn't do anything wrong.
All of them.
You didn't do anything wrong. So are you saying that you would rather have died? You didn't do anything wrong. I wouldn't have wanted to kill you because I wouldn't have had a conversation with you today. And I hope that you have many more conversations in your life. And I'm glad that you're alive right now and they didn't decide to kill you. So the fact is those people in orphanages, they might live through bad lives, but you made decisions that brought you to better places, and I'm very glad for that. So when I break it down,
I mean, our main difference is where we believe. Like, you believe they're alive inside the fetus. I don't, just because the Bible says otherwise.
Again, let me ask you this: would you kill a 9-month-old baby?
If it's inside my fetus, I don't know. I've never been in the situation. I can't really say that.
Let me put it like this then: if you can have a premature baby at 6 months old, it's not premature, and it's.
I wouldn't kill it. See, the thing is, I want to have a baby, so I don't want to kill it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I
But
love
that's
you
'cause
for
I
that.
wanna have a baby.
I seriously love you for that, and I'm very glad to talk to you because you're on the fence, and it's just weird to me that you are, even though you would want to. And I don't understand that because you agree with it, but you don't know where you even stand yourself, because again, if it was a 9-month-old baby, even though it was premature, it can be born 6 months. If I were to say a week before this baby was born, you have the option to kill it, I don't think you would do it, and I know you wouldn't do it actually, because you wouldn't do it either way. But that's kind of the question.
Because I want to have a baby.
Like if it's not outside of the womb, you're good up to 9 weeks and 1 month that someone is able to do it. Would you say that's okay? Like this person is okay to do it as long as it's not outside of the womb. So if you know 1 week prior to your being born, you could say, fuck this, I'm gonna kill it.
I'm going to have to read that Bible verse again.
Yeah,
and
I appreciate it.
If the Bible verse says like it's not alive until it's born, then I'm going to probably be okay with killing it if it's necessary. You know what I mean? But
they say when it's born. The Bible, I'll say this: I do believe in a higher power, and I do believe in God. But I'll put it to you like this: the Bible and everything we know is translation. And I put it like this. I don't know if you were young enough or old enough to actually see the commercial, but there was an old commercial. It was about Oreo Cakesters. You know what those are? And it's basically like 2 big Oreo things, and it has like cream filling in the middle. And it's kind of like a Twinkie or like a Ho-Ho.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're called Oreo Cakesters, right? And it started off that Tommy has an Oreo Cakester, and he's passing it down the table, and he's telling all the kids, and it gets all the way around the table, and the last kid goes, "What? Timmy's got a new chest hair?" And it started with Tommy's got an Oreo Cakester, and it ended with Timmy's got a new chest hair, and that's kind of the telephone game.
Yeah. So the game. Yeah. The game telephone.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. I mean, I used to question the Bible a lot, but I have prayed to God and I have gotten signs. You know, God kind of talks to you in your surrounding.
You know, God tells you not to kill anybody, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so that's where it brings it to life.
No, but that's the thing. That doesn't mean the baby's alive. I mean, that doesn't mean the baby's actually
When is the baby alive? And you need to look into that. And when
that's
you look
the thing. I would need to read the Bible to know.
Would you say a different chromosome is a different person?
I can't rationalize that because I don't fully rely on my rationalizations. I rely on intuition as well.
How is a baby born?
Yeah, right. Like
I gotta rely on intuition as well as logical rationalization. You can't use science to explain everything, and even Albert Einstein has said himself, "We will probably see the day every theory crumbles."
No, you're bringing
can't rely
it to
on
the point.
Science.
You're bringing it to the point of Darwinism, that you look to what we came from. The fact is we are here, and it's a miracle, correct?
And I would need to read the Bible to know what.
No. Is it not a miracle that we are here?
Of course. And I'm not.
How do we get here?
God.
And how does it happen through God?
I don't know.
Sex.
I mean,
don't
Adam
bullshit
and Eve were
me.
created
You know what the
sex.
fuck I'm talking about?
Adam
it doesn't
and Eve were
happen
created
unless
through
you
dirt.
have sex. And
Adam
how
and
does
Eve were
that
created
happen?
through dirt,
And what does that
babe.
create? So don't bullshit me. You know what the fuck I'm talking about?
Adam and Eve were created through dirt.
Okay, and where did they come from? It's the chicken or the egg?
Well, they didn't even have genitalia until after the serpent told them of lust.
Yeah.
Then they had to cover their genitalia.
Pregnancy didn't.
Okay, and who came
pregnancy
first?
is a punishment to Eve for what she did.
Okay, and what if she didn't do it? Will we not have humanity today?
I mean, of course, humanity
And
would still
do you
exist,
think
but it'd be
Jesus
created
Christ
different.
actually forgave us for all those sins of what we created through Adam and Eve? And that's
Yeah.
where we are today?
Yeah.
And do you think today that Jesus Christ would say it's okay to kill a baby?
It's on a case by case basis.
Absolutely.
I don't think he believed in Sodom, where you could be a whore and do whatever you want to do and not have any consequence.
Even though it's going to destroy you, you have to.
But the thing is, we're not the judges. God is the judge. So
Yeah,
I can't
exactly.
tell
So
you
do you
if
want to
what
live in the city of
I can't tell
Sodom
you
where you could be a
if
whore
somebody's
and do
going to
whatever you
heaven or
want,
hell.
or do you want to
I
be
can't
responsible?
tell you. I can't tell you if somebody's going to hell or
I'm
not.
asking
I
you
can't.
though.
That's not my job.
But I'm asking you
My
though.
job
And
is to
I
work
know where
through
you stand
God.
already, but you're putting it to a general sense, and I'm telling you that if you put it to a general sense to other people and you don't let them know where you stand, they will put it to it's okay to do it if they're not smart enough to think the same way we're thinking and have
Everybody is
have an
fully capable.
intelligent
Most people are fully
conversation.
capable of making
We
their
are
own
having an
decisions.
intelligent conversation right now. Most
Yeah,
people
but
wouldn't
most
have
people
that.
are fully capable of
Hey,
having
when's
their
the
own
last time you did this
decisions.
on Omegle? Actually talk to somebody for 30 minutes about an intelligent thing. Tell me that.
I mean, it's just having
Never,
fun.
right? Never at all.
We're just having fun. We don't need to be serious all the
But
time.
we are right now, and when's the last time you did that on Omegle?
I haven't been on Omegle in years. This is actually the first time in a while.
Okay, well, when's the last time, though? Even years ago. Did you ever have a original conversation?
I mean, I've had 6-hour conversations with people. I don't remember necessarily what they were about, but we're all having fun.
What I'm saying, I'm having fun right now. I appreciate
Yeah.
you, and I appreciate your boyfriend as well. He seems like a cool dude. But you guys have a good head on your shoulders. I hope you guys are using contraceptives, or you're maybe abstinent, or at the same time, if you do have birth and you're not ready, you give it up for adoption and you don't kill your baby. So
I want to have babies, but
hey, you hear that, dude? She wants to have babies, so don't fuck around. Don't fuck around, dude. If you don't want to have babies, get out now. If you do want to have babies, get a house.
we're planning on it.
You're planning on a house? I appreciate you guys so much. I know you might not be outspoken and you don't want to be, but flaunt your shit if you do. Make sure you go on Facebook and Twitter and everything and be like, look at my beautiful family, look how happy we all are, and like,
yeah,
don't push your point of view, but at least push your life, because you guys are gonna have a good one. So
take care.
yeah.
I appreciate you trying to protect the defenseless. I know that's what you're trying to do, and that's admirable.
Yeah, God's love to you, dude.
Hey,
take care.
I appreciate both of you guys, and much love. One last question. Where are you guys from?
America, New Jersey.
New Jersey?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Jersey Shore was not like you guys at all, so I'm from
Definitely not.
Arizona, so I'm completely the opposite of the world.
All the way over there.
Yeah, we got some cactus and dirt if you guys want to ever come and chill, but
of course,
check out my YouTube channel if you guys want to check it out and shit. But
the Earth Monkey?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Take care, bro.
Later, man.
Take care.
They were cool as shit. She was reasonable. She was a very strong liberal. When you compare the liberal versus the left would tell me to fuck off, and the liberal would tell me, I disagree with you, but I respect your point. And she disagreed on the fact that she should be telling other people what to do. And I think that's the difference between a conservative and a liberal. Is a liberal will just do whatever the fuck they want to do. And conservative will try to conserve what is right through everybody. This is why you see communism on one side and possibly authoritarianism on the other when you push them. But very interesting, very cool conversation. Oh yeah, cool people. Snooki, I hope you see this, babe. Let me know what you think. No. They're cool as shit, though. I love it. This is a very, like, thing that people just can step into. Like, it's hard, but when you break it down, most people will agree with you on that. Life is important, but she was very, very dedicated to preserving the rights of an individual, which I salute her for it, because it's very important as well. That's why I agree in like a two-part system, kind of. Got a conservative mindset and a liberal. Conserve what's right and do what you want to do. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Hey, what do you think about pro-life and pro-choice?
Pro-choice.
Pro-choice.
Because you know what happens? You know what happens when people don't get abortions?
What?
Little shits like you grew up.
Like me?
Yes.
Do you don't think I should have grown up? You think I should be dead right now?
You should. I want to say dead, but not born.
Why not?
Cause that's fucking ugly, dude.
Cause what?
You're ugly.
I'm ugly? So you think people who don't look good shouldn't be alive?
No, I didn't say you shouldn't be dead. I said you shouldn't be born.
Well, exactly. They shouldn't be alive.
So, no, look. You're already born, so I'm gonna kill you. But if you wasn't born, then pull out, you know?
Do you think the death penalty is okay to kill somebody who's ugly?
No. I mean,
so what's the difference?
I mean, it matters like with the.
If you're comparing it all to looks, like, I mean, anybody can come out. Like, imagine if you killed Kylie Jenner.
Man, look, I wouldn't do it, but trust me, if I did something to Kylie Jenner.
What if she was an ugly baby? I mean, what if she was just ugly as shit and you're like, fuck that,
wouldn't be killing her, buddy. I have my fun first.
With a baby?
Huh? With a baby, bro? What are you talking about? A baby?
Yeah, her as a baby, and she was an ugly baby. What about
she's
that?
An ugly baby? Well, she's already born, so.
Okay, so what if she wasn't though because she was ugly?
Then give her that a condom. What?
So it's okay to kill at that point.
It's not killing.
Well, no, I agree with condoms, but you're talking about me dying because I'm ugly.
Not dying, just not being born. It's like this.
Yeah, exactly. Right? So same shit.
You're already
right?
born and you're ugly.
Okay,
so.
okay. Sorry. So me not being born because I'm ugly.
Yeah, dude. We both shouldn't be here.
You don't think you should be here? Hey, I'm on YouTube right now, dude. If you want to check out my YouTube,
bro?
We're having a good night. I hope you're having a good night.
Earth Monkey. You're a monkey?
Yeah, come check me out, man.
You look like that should be a name, too.
You seem like you'd be a cool dude. You just have a little bit of a hyperactive point of view. I appreciate you.
Got 8K?
I hope you have a... No, not 8K. It's the other one. It's not the cartoon one.
Oh, 347?
Yeah.
I love you.
Hell yeah, dude. Hey, Monkey. God Night, man. Is that Katana from Mortal Kombat? Yo, dude.
What's going on?
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Hey, will you turn down the music? Hey, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-life.
Why is that?
I don't know. I don't even know what that means. Sorry.
Do you think abortion is okay, or do you think it's wrong?
I think it's wrong.
Oh yeah. Why do you think it's wrong?
Because I don't really know. It just
Life matters, right?
yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey, where are you from, man?
Australia.
Australia. Hell yeah.
Australia. Yeah.
It seems like a lot of people overseas kind of have the same mindset. But it's getting sad here in America.
Yeah.
You like the Sons of Anarchy in Australia?
Pardon?
The Sons of Anarchy are in Australia?
Yeah.
What? What do you guys do? You guys got bikes?
We got bikes.
Yeah, what kind of bike you got?
I got an XR100.
Hell yeah. Old school.
Yeah.
Hell
Except for mine's not that old. Mine's only a 2003.
Dude, fuck yeah, man. Well, I hope you have a good night. I appreciate you. I'm trying to get people's point of views on the pro-life or pro-choice if you want to follow the YouTube. But I hope you have a good night, man.
Yeah.
Is that Katana from Mortal Kombat? I don't think it was that guy. Yo, dude.
Yo, what's up, man?
Oh, just chilling. Hey, can I ask you a question?
Hit me, bro.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-life.
Why is that?
Murder's murder. I don't think we should allow our personal choices to dictate whether a human life lives or not, because we have a responsibility to that life, you know?
Hey, I appreciate you so much. You gave me basically the best answer of all night. Of all tonight. I appreciate that a lot. Can I ask you, where are you from?
I'm from California.
Wow, that's surprising.
It's very surprising for California. Yeah. Here's the thing for me, right? I'm pro-choice when it comes to everything else. You know, who you want to be with, who you want to love, doing all these things, that's fine.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, right?
That's somebody else.
That's someone else's future that you're taking away.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me put it really anecdotal that was put to me. It's a very hard question, which is kind of where, like, I meet the line. Your daughter, who's 13 years old, gets raped by your brother and has a child.
Okay. So let me ask you this question, okay? Do you think the rapist deserves death?
No.
No, okay. So the rapist doesn't deserve death. How about the girl that got raped?
No. Okay,
death?
so my answer. Let me give you my answer to that question first of all, because I feel like you think something else. My answer would be, I don't think she should, but I think she should have the option to. Just based on I don't know the mental outcome of that.
Yeah. Well, check this out, right? For me, first of all, that scenario would never happen.
It wouldn't, but it could.
But here's the thing: if you want to be more realistic, let's
think
just
about winning the lottery, man. I mean, it could happen.
That could happen, but for me personally, the way I live my life and the way how I'm gonna raise my children, you know, it's not gonna happen. So let's go with something that's more.
That's the scenario. So I'm not saying like
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right?
It's a fine line, and it's very gray, and I even disagree with it to where I would say no, let that child live. But
for
I'm
me,
not gonna
for
like
me,
basically the question is, would you force your daughter to have the child at 13 years old? And,
well,
and
here's
would
what I
you,
would
yes
do.
or no, would you force her to?
I wouldn't.
Yes,
I
you
would-
wouldn't. Like, you wouldn't force her, and that's the same thing that I got out, and that's why it's such a gray area for me, because
It's a gray
I wouldn't force my daughter, and that's
So
your
when I say-
daughter, and she's under the age where she's not able to enter a contract, and you have decision to actually make.
So when I'm saying pro-life, okay, I'm not. So let's put a disclaimer out there.
I just want to say one disclaimer all over. That's the one scenario that was super gray, and it's like super confusing to actually bring that to bring that to the table. But in every other circumstance, I would say no. Even like if a girl was raped by like a cousin or something, like a kid's gonna come out like, I don't care if the kid comes out retarded, whatever. It's not his fault. The burden shouldn't be put onto the kid, and that's the main issue. And it's like,
so this is so I respect that. Here's the thing I was gonna say, right? Talking about the rapist thing. This is gonna just go on about the rapist, right? But here's what I want to say, right? Is so let's talk about, because a lot of people are like, okay, so you're for pro-life, right? What about women that get raped and they become pregnant, right?
why is the burden put onto the child? Exactly.
Right? Check this out. So first of all, let's talk about how fucked up you want to hide behind the rapes, right? Out of all the women that get raped, you know how many get pregnant over rape?
About 3%. About 1.5%. The other 1.5% is from health reasons and the baby's health reasons. So
check this out. It's out of all the people that get sexually assaulted, right? This is talking about sexual assault, not just having
Well, let me put the real statistic. 97% of the people who have abortions do it because they don't want to have the child, not because of any other reason.
Exactly.
So
that's all I'm saying. So here's the about 20 to 40 women a year will result in a pregnancy due to rape. You know how fucked it up it is to hide behind 40 women. If you want to go on a utilitarian stance on this, right? Utilitarian is what's best for the overall population, right? Behind 40 women, you want to hide behind that argument to justify abortion that literally kills for a million babies.
Don't bring it even to that. Bring it to the 40 women. Okay, so let's say the 40 women, correct?
Yeah.
Let's say it gets to the max and it hits 45 women even.
Yeah.
Let's put aside those 45 and let's say that those women are allowed to have an abortion.
Yeah.
And we put it to only if you get raped, only if you get pregnant from a rape.
Yeah. Yeah.
To those 45 women, right?
Yeah.
So you reason with them and you give them a little.
Yeah.
Right? And in order to reason with the main reason is that it's not okay, right?
Yeah. So for me,
because majority of people wouldn't go through that, obviously based on statistics. So when you go through that same scenario, what you're going through, I agree with you. Like it's very important to say that, but give them that. Say if you do say that's okay, and we put it to just that law that's okay for these 45 women, let's say that that's okay. Now for the rest of them,
we'll even say that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So give them a little, and then see if they would agree with you that the rest aren't okay. And at least you are looking at the fact that they think it's not okay to have an abortion.
Yeah.
Based off of not getting raped, right? So okay, let's agree on that. Let's agree on the 45 women.
Yeah, we'll agree with that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So check this out, though. Even if we do, right, we agree on that. Check this out, right? Would you said you wouldn't put to death the rapist. The rapist, would you actually kill him? Like, as a punishment, would you put him to death? Do you think he deserves death?
There was a guy who came on and said that if he raped his daughter, he would kill him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for you personally, or let's just say personally, right? Do you think that someone who has raped someone deserves death?
I wouldn't. I don't think violence is okay. What I bring it to is like, you know how fighting actually started and what the competition was is in Rome when they started doing the Colosseum battles.
Yeah.
They did it on days that
onto that tangent. Okay, go ahead.
They did it on days that they would have diplomatic meetings.
Yeah.
And this would allow, kind of for a good and a bad, you would allow the people who were interested in the politics to go and actually speak, and the people who were the rabble go and actually watch a game.
Yeah.
And not pay attention to it. And when you look at sports nowadays and how they have it right around the politicians and politics and when it all happens, it's kind of interesting to look at the two. But what I bring it to is basically, if today we are not on that level, we are able to push past that to where we don't like basically fight to push our point of view. We don't.
Hey, bro, what's your name?
My name's Earth Monkey, dude. If you want to follow me on YouTube.
My name's Randy. Nice to meet you, man. Real quick, because we're jumping on a whole nother tangent, really good tangent. But I just want to make a point, right? So, for you yourself, right? You wouldn't put to death rapists, but even other people say, okay, rapist deserves death, right? Okay, right? We'll agree to disagree with whoever, right? But that rapist is the one that committed, stress and all that bad things to happen, right? So
so I agree with you that they did do something wrong. Let me just put 1 point forward. I'm sorry to cut you off again, but what I look at is a baby who comes out of the womb.
Check this out. Yeah, that's what I'm actually
come out hitting anybody.
Yeah,
a baby doesn't come out swinging on somebody. They're taught to do so, and it's a lot harder to unlearn something than it is to learn something. So you can learn something very easily, but it's very hard to unlearn it, and we're all taught. A baby doesn't come out swinging unless they're a psychopathic baby, which, you look at Chucky the child doll, and there's a possibility you can get
that was like a child doll, yeah. Okay, so check this out, right? So you're going into a cool direction. Let me show you this, right? So personally, you wouldn't kill the rapist, or, other people might kill the rapist. Okay, right? That makes sense. Would you kill the person that got raped, the woman that got raped? Does she deserve death?
Why would she deserve death?
Right. That doesn't make sense. The woman doesn't deserve death, right? How about the baby who has done nothing wrong to anyone? Does that person deserve death?
No.
So why are we killing them?
No, I think you're going on to the death scenario. What you need to bring it to is what they did wrong and the punishment for it. So
no. What I'm trying to say is, if we're not willing to kill rapists, why are you killing babies that have done nothing wrong?
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
What if a baby did do something wrong? What if you had a 6-year-old that killed both her mom and dad with a shotgun?
That's not a baby at that point. That's a child.
Well, no. I'm just asking. Would you kill the 6-year-old?
Yeah. So if we're not willing to kill the 6-year-old, right? So why are we going to kill a baby that's done nothing wrong?
Well, I'm saying that the baby didn't do anything wrong, but the 6-year-old definitely did something wrong. Correct?
Yeah.
So the outcome is not what they did wrong, is the consequence. And the consequence is the baby is dying for nothing that it did wrong.
Exactly.
So it's not that the baby is dying; it's that it's dying for nothing that it did wrong.
Yeah.
Because people can justify killing a 6-year-old for killing both of its parents and saying that's wrong and this baby's a psychopath, and like they can go on their tangent. But when you just say it's an innocent baby who has nothing that they've done wrong, that's where the real difference is. So when you bring it to the point is, I agree with you that you're killing someone and it is wrong, but why are you killing him and why do you justify it, right? And if they want to justify it, well, then you go into the reason of, this person can learn to do different based on a baby not coming out and hitting somebody, and that you're not taught to learn or you're not taught to hit people. If you're not taught to hit people, but if you're taught to hit people, then you're going to be hitting people. So the fact is it's a lot harder to unlearn something than it is to learn something, and rehab and going through changes definitely will help something rather than just killing them off. So you're talking about the death, but the consequence is really the issue, and the consequence is on the mother and father. When it comes to rape, it's just on the father. unless a mother goes and rapes like a young kid and gets a young kid to give her sperm and impregnates herself, which was brought up to me recently in one of these videos. But when you break it down, it's really just all about consequence. When you're talking about making a life,
you can always here's the easiest way for me that I've been able to reason this, right? Let's just go with this, right? Logical reasoning is this. Okay? Don't even talk about bullshit. Hear me out real quick. Murder is wrong in general, right?
Yeah.
But it's not going to suffice everyone. So let's say this: murdering innocent people is wrong. Okay, people that have not broken the law or done anything of that sort, right?
No
Murdering innocent
consequence.
people is wrong. Okay.
No consequence. Yes.
So check this out. Have babies broken the law? Have they done anything? You said no, right? Babies have done nothing. So babies are innocent people.
No consequence.
That have done nothing wrong, right?
No consequence. Yes.
Therefore, abortion is wrong because you're killing an innocent baby.
Agree. Okay. That's good logic.
That's the logical reasoning. So now, if you're going to disprove that, there's only two ways to disprove that: murdering innocent people is not wrong, or babies aren't innocent people.
Let me ask you this. Disprove one of those. Let me put two scenarios into your head that makes me think about it even farther than because it's very logical what you're putting through, because you're all talking about consequence, right?
Yeah.
So let me put it to you like this: a dog that's on its last limb, and you decide to go and put it down.
Okay.
Right. Which happens, and people feel justified about it.
Okay. It's on its last limb.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, and it's justified, correct?
Yeah.
You would justify killing something.
So let's talk about.
So hold on. Let me put the second point into your head.
Okay.
If you want to relate that to a human, imagine an old person getting put onto a plug, and you decide to pull the plug.
Well, that old person, is he like is it terminal? Like what he has? Like,
you're really asking the consequence of why you're doing it, and that's really where it dives into, like, why are you killing it? And the consequence is
well, at that point, is it we putting someone down, or are we just letting
exactly? You're helping them at that point.
You're just
with a baby,
of course.
With a baby, you don't know, so it's not okay. But with an old person, it is okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, it's all about consequence. What is your consequence of doing this? Are you helping the person move forward? And almost like if you hit a deer going down the road, and you go and you put it out of its misery so that it's not suffering, right? So when people go and bring babies to the point that they're going to come out with genetic diseases, I disagree with that, because you don't know how that baby is going to act, or how it feels with its genetic disease, or how it's going to relate, or it's whatever. But the fact is a deer on the side of the road who's going to die within minutes would rather be put out prior. So it is a very gray area when you talk animals with humans, but it makes you kind of think about the real reasoning.
You can't compare animals to humans, because we eat animals.
You can't.
We eat animals. You're not going to eat a human.
Exactly. I brought that. Oh my God! You brought it to the perfect thing. Cannibalism. Cannibalism. Yep.
Unless you're, and at that point, if you're a cannibal.
Yep. But what I talk about though is it's all about consequence. And what is your consequence, and why are you killing it? And is it the consequence of like you basically are going to die either way, or is the consequence that you're dying because somebody else fucked up, right? Like
at this point though, like for me, it's just like I said, it comes down to that logical reasoning. And here's the thing: if you're killing someone because it makes your life easier, I think you're evil. That's just
exactly.
point. I'm sorry
No,
if that hurts
that's 97%. That's
But if
97% of people
if
in the
you are
U.S.
doing
at
that,
least.
I think you're evil because that's the same as me like, oh, I'm gonna kill my
Do you
cousin
want to hear?
because it makes my life easier.
Do you want to hear something crazy, man?
What's up?
All right, so let me just break down these statistics for you. There's about 1 million babies who die a year.
Yeah, I know. I said that earlier. Remember?
Okay. Let me break it even further down. With the Black Lives Matter movement, they've gotten about a half of $1 trillion, about $500 billion in donations. And the thing is when you look at the population of the black community and the women in that community, about 7% of that community makes up the women in the U.S. About 7% are black. Now, if you look at the abortion rates, it's about 500,000 a year. So about half of the amount of abortions happen through black people.
Yeah.
And this is one of the most concerning things to me. And I try to bring this up to people when they get into the argument that I'm racist because I'm bringing up those statistics.
Oh, it's statistics.
And when you look at that, it's really sad because I don't want anybody to die, and I love culture and I love different people and different ideas. That's why I'm on Omegle talking to people, and like for them not to bring those people forward and then to look at it as it's only 7% of our entire population. It's almost genocide. Almost.
Yeah. At the end of the day, man, here it is.
It's almost genocide. I just want to get that out there that it's almost genocide.
That is. No, I hear you. I hear you on that.
It's very concerning to me.
At the end of the day, it's not even a race thing though. It's a
life. When you look at the amount of people doing it.
No, yeah,
and the
I
culture
hear you
revolved around it that it's okay to do it in that culture. So
no, it's definitely not okay. So what needs to happen is that there needs to be a shockwave, a revolution on how we think about sexuality at this point with parenthood and babies. I mean, even if you have a kid, you don't even need to have the kid. You can have it up for adoption.
It's going the opposite way, man. You know what it was at first?
What?
It was we want to do first trimester abortions, and like, what is this? What are you talking about? And like, dude, people are doing it anyways. We need to make sure it's okay. And like,
now it's like 9, like at 8 months. Oh, so bad.
It's getting bad. They're talking. Okay, so they've already pushed 9 months, and now they're pushing the fact that you can have the baby and then decide after you have it.
No, that's so wrong.
And California, you know what I bring it to when you say 8 months, or you bring 7 months up? Think of a premature baby being born at 6 months. Now, people do this and they have abortions, and there was a clinician in California who got fired for going and posting on Twitter that she pulled out a baby, and she said when she pulls these babies out and they are still screaming, she cuts their throat first so she doesn't hear the vocal cords. Disgusting, right? Like,
so check this out, right? For me, right, I'm gonna be honest. One of the biggest reasons why I voted for Trump, a lot of people don't like Trump because they feel like he was racist and whatnot and doing all those things. The reason why I voted for Trump was for policies like his pro-life movement.
I appreciate you, man.
I went for his policies on his interactions with Israel, and even like a lot of people are like, oh, you're locking up people. I'm like, you're talking about people that hopped the border and weren't supposed to be here in the first place, And I'm not saying this in a racist way.
No,
but
he didn't say it either.
I pay my tax-paying dollars for my right to be a citizen here.
Not only that, if you are a descendant of an immigrant, your family did not just get an okay to come here.
Yeah.
And if they did, it was way prior to the actual law that is today. They had to work really hard. I seen one of the best videos of my life, and I still relate majority of my life to that video. That majority of the people have their own things going on with their life, and you don't really know what's going on. You see this Chick-fil-A video, and basically it's a girl walking to a thing. The girl at the counter just graduated. She's going on to an Ivy League college. She's best day of her life. The girl walking up to the counter has gone through her entire life trying to become a citizen for the U.S. 47 years trying to become a citizen. She finally got her citizenship. Just prior to that, goes to Chick-fil-A to get a burger. You go and see two other people walking in as the guy's going and delivering food. It's a daughter and her child. The mom died giving birth to the daughter, and the father blames the child every day, yet the child's smiling and super happy. You go and walk past an old lady who's sitting by herself. It said for the last 50 years, she's gone to that same exact restaurant every year, or every week, every Sunday with her husband, and her husband died last week, and she's going back to the same place that she went to. So the fact is everybody has their own shit going on. Everybody's going through their own shit. The only thing you can do is be the best person you can be.
No,
and,
absolutely.
Do what you can do to do better. And it was one of the best videos. But when you bring it to immigration and stuff like that, like, I feel for you, and I feel for the people who actually did do it. And I'm glad that they did and got the experience that I'm going through right now. And I want to pass that on to the next person. That's why I'm doing the shit that I'm doing.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And here's the thing, right? For me, I'm saying this as a descendant of immigrants. My grandfather had to get into the U.S. Navy to even get into the citizenship that he is in now. He didn't just come here for free. My grandfather worked his ass off 10 years in the U.S. Navy, climbing the ranks. He got to like he enlisted 7, E7. So he was like, he was really up there, he was lieutenant. So
he was already a private at that point.
Yeah. So, right, he climbed up and was in the U.S. Navy for like 10 years, man, right? And then he transferred over and, he was part of the military police and all this other stuff, right? But here's the thing for me, right, is that, my grandparents did it right.
Yeah.
They came right. And no one questions my citizenship,
No,
Some people might not know I'm an American citizen. They ask me, "Oh, where were you born?" I'm like, in fucking San Jose, California.
You know what's horrible about it, man? And I feel, you're Asian descent, I would say, right?
Yeah. Filipino specifically. But
yeah. You know what's really sad about it? To what I would say is, affirmative action. The one story that I heard that really just kind of put a real scar on it for me is, like, you have a guy going up who's Asian American, and you have a guy who's going up who's white American. You have a guy who's going up who's Black American. Well, basically the scale goes like this: the Asian American needs to get the top score, the white American needs to get the middle score, and the Black American can get the lowest score and still get in. So the story I heard is there's an Asian guy and there's a Black guy. The Black guy gets an 855, and the Asian guy gets an 875. I don't know if these are the exact numbers, but the Asian guy does better, correct?
Yeah.
But with affirmative action, the Asian guy needs to get at least 1,100 based off of his race, and the Black guy only needs to get 850. So the Black guy gets in with a lower score than the Asian guy, even though the Asian guy did a better job.
Yeah.
And this is what really concerns me about the whole movement we're moving towards is segregation, basically, in sense that you guys are segregated to a certain point where you need to do better in order to compete.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's correct.
For me, here's the thing that I do like about California, right? Versus some other states, is California is very open to a lot of different races, So they are, I guess, they're hypersensitive when it comes to race.
You say they're open to different. What states aren't open to races?
I'm not. No. That's not what I mean. I'm saying that they're hypersensitive towards racism. That's what I mean.
They are, but where is racism found? What states?
So, I guess it would
you
have
personally experienced or that you've seen yourself.
Yeah, no. I hear what you're saying.
So basically, you're taking an anecdotal that your state is super hypersensitive. So it very is.
Yeah, it is.
But at the same point, it's so hypersensitive that in your state right now, certain companies are required to hire a person of color. And then at the same point, they were pushing the law to hire not only a person of color, but a woman. And what I say is, I don't think you should hire based off of what color you are or where you came from.
Should base it off of your merit, like what you can accomplish.
It's exactly what Dr. Martin Luther King said, that he wanted his son to grow up in a world where he's not based off the color of his skin, but the content of his character.
And here's the thing, right? Here's the thing that you were talking about, like, the score of 875 and 850. Here's the thing, like, I understand, how messed up that is, right? But the type of person I'm gonna live, right? Because the thing is, I'm just one person.
Agreed.
I'm not going to make some revolution happen.
No, I'm not saying you're gonna make a revolution happen.
For me, I'm gonna live my life in a way where there's this saying, live beyond reproach. Don't live in a way where people can say anything bad about you. And I'm not saying to live up to people's expectations, but the way you live your life, you live your life doing the best that you can in everything that you do.
I agree. But at a certain point, is there moral value in that?
For myself, yeah. There's a moral value. Because I'm living to become the best person I can be.
Do you think hiding your morals helps?
Oh, I'm not saying to hide my morals. I never hide my morals. When people ask me why
you agreed with me. You agreed with me, but basically what you're saying is you're not going to put that on to somebody else. So basically what I'm asking you is, if somebody went up and asked you this, what would your response be? Is it that you can do whatever you want, or I have a moral basis that I do have an opinion, and I'm not going to say that you can do whatever you want, because I actually do have an opinion, and that's the real difference. Is it's a narrative, and that's what I was kind of trying to push to the last person I was talking to. Is like, it's really a narrative. Like, I agree with you. Like, people can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
But you still have your opinion, and when you don't express your opinion and you let people do whatever they want, the narrative is you can do whatever you want. But you actually have a reason why you're saying that, and you have moral basis, and you have a whole idea. So, like, there is more than just saying okay. So
let me ask you a question. Are you Christian?
Yeah, I would say more so.
More so? Okay. So my moral basis on what I do things is I base my morals off of who God is, who he is to me, and also what I know specifically is right and wrong. And how do I derive right and wrong? Not just by how I feel. Okay? It's not just by how I feel. There's a lot of things that go into it. A lot of people say, I feel like this is right and wrong. No. What is right and wrong? I take a lot from both I take it from both a utilitarian stance, and I go off of base of who God is.
But do you think that's a standard? At a certain level, it's a moral basis?
It's a moral basis, but people don't want to say that. Because here's the thing.
I'm asking you, do you think it is, though?
Oh, I don't even think I know it's a moral basis.
Okay, so if it's what I'm saying is be stronger in that point, because your point, it seems like you're leaning towards people can do whatever, but you are very morally standard. So, I mean...
so, like I said, for...
it's a narrative, right? If everybody says it's okay, even though they don't agree with it, which is like the pro-life and pro-choice thing, is like most people who are pro-choice, they wouldn't do it themselves, right?
Yeah.
So they wouldn't at all do it, and they wouldn't think of it in any way, but they would say it's okay for other people to do. So the narrative is it's okay for the people who don't think about it and who aren't smart enough to think it through. they think it's okay to do it, and so the narrative is it's okay, and so that's what I'm kind of getting at. Is like if you push a narrative that it's okay, even though you have a strong moral basis, that's the issue. Is if you're not putting yourself to that moral basis.
So for me, right, it's I do have a moral basis, like I said, right. What I would go towards is this, right? Even if I was to remove God from the moral basis and whatever, right? We go off of what's right and wrong, and utilitarian standpoint. For me, it's like, look, I will even concede to the fact like we all have the right to do what we want and live our life in a certain way, but don't act in a way that what you do affects people intentionally
in the negative way.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree. And I might do that more necessary than not. I'm a little bit more strong on my point of view, and I don't mean to do that, and I hope
I'm just saying
I appreciate it though. Like you're kind of putting that on me without saying it, and I appreciate you saying that. But.
And for me, it's like here it is, right? I know specifically how I'm gonna live my life. Okay, I don't care if all these people do these things. I don't care.
What you do though.
No, I do. What I'm trying to say
that's
is
the thing.
The way they live their life, I'm not gonna let it dictate who I am.
No, it's not gonna dictate who you are, but you do care.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
So that's really where the disconnect is. I'm really getting to the point that like you do really care, and the fact is when you say you don't care and you make it a general thing, you start to not care about it, and it doesn't.
When I say I don't care is I don't care about how it affects me. What I'm saying is I care about. I care.
I agree. No, let me put it like this. I would say I don't know. You're basically more liberal than you are conservative, but you're in between the two. A liberal cares about themselves and what they do, and a basis, and a conservative cares about what is right and what they know is right. So a conservative will try to conserve what is right, and a liberal will do what they want to do and they know is right. So the difference is you're more on the liberal scale, and you're not left because you obviously don't believe in what the left believes and forcing what they believe, but you believe in just doing what you want to do. So you're a true liberal, and I respect it. And that's basically where the disconnect is I think there's a moral concern there, and you believe that anybody can do what they want to do because you don't want anybody to fuck with you, which I respect it. Like, no, you don't want anybody to fuck with you. You don't want anybody to tell you what to do. So why would you tell? You don't want to be you don't want to be a hypocrite. Basically, you don't want to tell other people what to do because you don't want anybody to tell you what to do, which I respect that. I don't want that same thing.
I hear you. Yeah. I guess like I have just like maybe like conservative morals, if that makes sense.
No, agreed.
I'm a liberal with conservative morals.
No, yeah, I'm the same way, man. I'm the exact same way. That's why I can relate with you, and it's a very hard decision, but
it's hard. I guess it's hard to, I guess,
differentiate,
to communicate that, right? Because I do, like I said, I'm fully, pro-life. I feel like, there's a moral standpoint.
Okay, so let me put it the best way possible. This is the best way to say it. You're pro-life, but you don't believe in the death penalty.
Yeah.
That's the best way to say it.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Right. And
because you don't believe in killing people, and you don't believe in killing people. So
yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's the best. It's really the best way to say it because that's kind of what I put it to. It's really the two main concerns is that a conservative is too based on war, and then a liberal is too based on themselves and what they would do. So,
and honestly, the way like I interact with people and the things that I say, right, it comes down to this, right? Because the whole entire thing about being a Christian, right? A lot of people think that Christianity, the Bible, is the rule book. That's where they mess up.
Yep.
The Bible was never a rule book. from start to finish, it was a love letter from God.
No,
It was a letter that he was saying about how much he's so proud of his creation that he created.
It's a little bit different. It's a lot of different letters. It's a lot of different people actually building up what the Bible is today. But what I would say is it's not that they take it the wrong way. Because it can be seen as a good thing. It can be misconstrued as a good thing. It can be interpreted basically as a good thing. So what I would say is it's telephone game. I don't know if you're old enough to remember the Oreo.
I know a telephone. Yeah, I whisper.
Yeah, so basically,
like first thing was cows have milk, then it goes around like the dowry is big. I don't know.
Exactly. Right? Basically, I bring it to the Oreo cakesters. Timmy's got an Oreo cakester, and it goes around the table, and it comes around. Timmy's got a new chest hair. So the basis of it is it can be misinterpreted, and when we're reading in English, it's definitely put into a different language, and they even have asterisks to let you know that in this language there's a word that we're not able to describe in English, and we're not able to complete the sentence to describe it, so we have to expand on it. So the Bible we read today is even misconstrued. But
is it okay if I just say like how I interpret the Bible? I understand what a lot of people feel it is.
What I was gonna say is it's just basis of it all is that everybody is divided on the word, and we're all connected on moral.
For me, right, this is what the Bible means to me, right? It's God's love letter to me from start to finish.
I love that, man.
It talks about how how much he's so appreciative and how much he loves his creation,
but let me put the love letter into a fictional kind of sense.
Yeah. Okay. And for us, right, it goes into about how we messed up and we created something that was beautiful and turned it into something really ugly, right? But despite that, he still loves us, and then we start committing all these things, right? You start seeing like people kill each other, you start people stealing, doing all these horrible acts, even until today. Right?
Yeah.
But it talks about how, my creation can't be with me because I'm perfect, and that's sin. And sin, it's not that he doesn't want to be with us, it's just that the fact that sin can't stand in the sight of God.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So
God, and so we can't physically be with God, because if we were to be there in our unperfect self, we wouldn't be able to stand in his presence, if that makes sense. So it's not really a choice of I don't want to be with you. It's like you can't be with me, and then it talks about how he's willing to love us so much that he's willing to die for us, and throughout all these things, a lot of people are like, okay, but what's up with all these rules, right? Why is it all these rules? Well, for me, here's the thing. For one, the rules, it's a pretty good guideline. There's a lot of good things in there, like thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill. Like it's like kind of straightforward on like at least the 10 Commandments, right? But the reason why there's so many rules in here, it's not because God's like, you have to follow all of this in order to get to heaven. That is not what it's about. God wants to say, look, no matter how awesome you are of a human being, you're gonna mess up once, and because you're not perfect, you can't be with me, and I don't want that to happen to you. I want to be with you. I'm so proud of the person you've become. I'm so proud of who you are, and I love you so much, and I want to be with you. You just need to choose me, and so at that point, that's what it is to me, is learning to choose God and follow and chase after him. Because someone who has God after their own is after God's own heart and chasing after him is naturally not going to be the person that is wanting to hate others. There's the one that learns to forgive. It learns what it means to be Christ. Like Jesus talks about
you don't stick to the meaning, you just attach to it.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the last thing, right? A lot of people are like, oh, well, if you're gonna just go off of blind faith in this, right, you could become like a cultist and stuff. I'm like, dude, chill out, right? We're talking about love. Okay.
Yeah.
Cultic people say, "Yo, take this poison because God said that you have
no,
faith."
they don't. They talk about love as well.
They can talk about love as well,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And
So
then they
don't
misconstrued it.
disparage, but what I would say, as far as the cult would go, the difference would be, what is the outcome? What are you guys going for, and what is it based off of?
Right? But yeah, so for me, this is how I live my life. I live off of this one passage. It's called this is like my life verse. It's not John 3:16. I promise you that. For God to love the world. It's not something that's basically that. It's 1 Corinthians 13. 1 Corinthians 13 is really known for love is patient, love is kind, and all that good stuff, right? But I actually focus on the first 4 verses where it talks about, if love is not at the center of what you do, if it's not in the center of how you think and everything that you do, you can have faith as well as a mustard seed to move mountains. You can have all the knowledge of the world, right? You can even speak the tongues of angels. But if love is at the center of what you do, you are nothing.
You know what's crazy about what you say in the center? One of the best things I ever heard, it was from a great man, still alive, my manager, he's a good guy. But he told me that basically, when you think about the past, your past is based on memory.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what you already have experienced. When you base your life on the future, your future is based off of what you already know, and you're trying to perceive on what it becomes based off of things you already know, because you can't perceive something that's unknown and expect it to happen. The only time you can truly grow is right now.
In the present.
Today.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when you talk about the center and where the center of love is, it's like if
now.
you really aren't loving where you are right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really the difference, right? So.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. That's actually pretty awesome how you pulled that out. And for me, right, it's I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna be 100% perfect in everything I do. I'm gonna mess up. There's gonna be days where I think I did the right thing and I did wrong, right? But if you are honestly having love at the center of what you do, right, and how you treat people, compared to the person that it's all about the self and it's all about, how they feel and whatever, right? What do you think has a better chance of doing right by other people rather than,
yourself?
hurting
A great point to put as well is it makes you feel a lot better to give somebody something than it is to receive.
Oh, absolutely.
This is the idea of Christmas. Is like you go and give a bunch of presents, and you're wondering what they think when they open the present. You hope that they like it, and then you got your stuff sitting there, and you're like what's going on over here, right? Like,
for me, it was the biggest thing a lot of people ask is like, why would you rather choose to be Christian rather than atheist, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here's the biggest thing, right? For me, is at the end of the day, let's talk about the Christian. What's the worst case scenario of a Christian? Worst case scenario of a Christian is God doesn't exist. When we die, nothing happens, but I live my life loving on people.
There you go. Hey, what I would put it to.
Well, I'll check this out, right? Best case scenario for a Christian, right? God exists, and I go to heaven, and I loved on people on earth, right? Worst case scenario for the atheist, right? You could be a good person. Oh no, best case scenario is for the atheist. You be a good person, nothing matters, right? Because God doesn't exist. You die, nothing happens, right? Worst case scenario for the atheist, God exists, and you go to hell. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yep. The one thing I look at is most people, when they look at religion, they look at when you die.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. The fact is you're alive right now, and how did you
Yeah.
become? What?
Yeah.
How do you explain the chicken or the egg, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And at the same point, when you look about after death, I'll take it to basically they did an experiment. When you take it to actually how life happens, and then what's afterlife, we don't really know. Nobody actually knows. So it's really like you can't convince them on that, and that's the point that they're stuck on. So when you bring it to prior life and you bring it into scientific facts, right? The scientific knowledge of it is they've done studies on it, and basically through carbon dating, you know what carbon dating is, right?
Yeah.
So through carbon dating, they've noticed through the layers that it wasn't through basically evolution. It wasn't Darwinism that created it. It was basically almost like a light age and a dark age. You know, we would go through an age that everybody would be super artistic and creating life and sexual and doing whatever they do, right? And then we would go through a dark age where there'd be a bunch of death and a bunch of people dying and doing bad things and badness, right? But
yeah,
I bring it to that because basically the carbon dating showed that there would be like a year or 150 years where there would be like over 1,000 species that would pop up, and then for the next 500 years you would have maybe 500 pop up in the 500 years compared to the first 100 years that happened, where there was 1,500 that popped up, and it was like, why is this popping up in random instances? And what they had theorized is basically there's kind of like a energy source that's being put out, almost like a pulse. And the way that they tested it is they put a vial into a room, and this room was completely empty, had nothing in it, no life. They took a vial and put all of the building blocks of life in it, and they put fire on it and made sure nothing was living. And if you entered the room, you had to put a suit on and made sure nothing was getting in there, no bacteria, nothing. After a week and a half, there was something growing on top of the vial out of nothing, showing that life was created out of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And how does that happen? Why is it happening?
Mm-hmm.
Is it life just is able to create on our planet? We have the right building blocks, everything built up correctly. Are we in the right movement to actually create life? And that's kind of the theory is like behind it is, where does life come from? Well, what's first, the chicken or the egg? And you can't explain that. And if you can, you should probably write a book about it because you can make a lot of money. So
yeah,
I mean, if you want to bring it to a scientific level, like you can actually debate them on it, and even scientists have gotten to the point where when a conscious starts, they have no idea that it's just a kind of like a light switch that gets pushed on. And it's a weird phenomenon that happens that actually enlightens people in a sense.
I'm not a full-on scientist,
Mm-hmm.
but I have heard like both sides. Right.
Well, I'm just saying when you push that side, you can push that side and still be logical in the fact that you don't know what is actually going on.
Oh, absolutely.
I put that to a higher source, that there's something else going on that we don't know about. Yeah. And if you don't at least believe in God, you can believe in a higher source. So
yeah. And for me, like, here's the thing, right? Check this out. To say that there isn't a higher source and like all this happened like for no reason, and life on Earth perfectly, it's made. Check this out, right? It's like saying, oh, here's a blank canvas. I want you to paint the Mona Lisa, but all the paint is in one bucket. You have to throw it onto the canvas, perfectly Mona Lisa.
No, yeah, it's the same thing.
Is there a chance that can happen?
No, even better to make somebody understand it, because if they don't understand art, I appreciate your artistic mindset, but easy way to put it is you throw the dictionary up in the air by letters, and they all land in the perfect spot.
And they all land in the perfect spot, absolutely, right? Check this out. Can that happen? Maybe one out of like quadrillion. I don't know what the chances are. It's basically impossible,
No,
But
let me put it like this, though. You're putting us on a large scale. When we look at the universe, we're a decimal.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's a very small chance of it happening on a wide scale, right?
And let's not even talk about the whole entire universe. Let's talk about Earth itself. Just Earth. Did you know that if Earth was off by just a couple meters, if it was off in the gravitational pull by a couple meters, we would either be scorching hot, there's no life, or freezing cold, there's no life.
You know what's crazy about this? This is what basically the best mind of today, I would say, in a sense, of putting the right people together. Elon Musk, who basically states that if we were in a simulation, it's more likely that we are than we aren't. So basically,
what?
The atom, it can't move, and the only way to move it is for something to move it, right?
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, that was my girl.
Nah, you're good. But basically, fucking, it comes to the point that Elon Musk brings it to that if there was a chance that we could be living in a simulation, it's more likely that we are than we aren't. And the reason why I think he said that is the likelihood of us actually being here is less likely than us being in a simulation that would be able to be controlled.
Yeah. So it's like, what would you rather believe? That there was a maker that created everything? Or would you rather just believe we're in a simulation? Because
if you're in a simulation, somebody created a simulation, so you are still by a maker.
Right, by a maker. So check this out, right? In honest.
So at that point, science mixes with religion.
Yeah, absolutely. And check this out, right? Honestly, when it comes to like believing that we came from nothing and there was nothing prior to this, or like there was no intelligent design that created this, right?
Yeah.
That takes more faith to believe in rather than believing that there's a God.
That's why Elon Musk brings it to that point. It would be impossible unless there was a simulation.
You have more faith. Like, dude, like, bro.
And a simulation would make more sense than not having a God. But a simulation, even when you put it on a simulation stance, it would have to be a maker who made that.
A maker to make it, exactly. And here's the thing, right? That's why I have so much respect for atheists, because I don't have the balls or the bravery to believe in what they believe in. I don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't got the balls for that.
No, I love talking to them, though. And if you break it down to what I just said right now, it's kind of interesting to see where they go.
Yeah.
Because when you bring it down to the scientific level, that life is created out of nothing. And that's really the difference, is atheists think about what happens after death, right? They think about religion and that they think they're going to go to heaven. And they don't believe in heaven, so they're really agnostic. It's really what it is.
Real quick, first of all, I want to address this. The biggest thing is, here's the thing. Most people that don't believe in God, they just don't want to believe in God for one reason. They don't, and this is why a lot of people have a problem with authority. They don't want a higher authority telling them what to do. That's what they just don't like.
I don't think God is dependent on that. I think that God's dependent on heaven. I think most people don't believe in an afterlife.
God's not. He's giving you free will to do what you want. He's just saying, if you want to be with me, love me how I love you.
But what if you don't do that? And that's where it becomes an issue with them, is the authoritarian issue that you're not going to come to my place. It's basically like saying you can't come into my house unless you take your shoes off.
Yeah,
Most people will be like, dude, I don't want to take my shoes off. My feet smell. I'm embarrassed. I don't want to do this. So that's where it really comes down to, is you're not going to come to heaven. But why are you here?
It's not even an authoritarian thing. It's like, it's God's like, do you want to be with me or not? It's like, it's okay, because
well, do you want to come to my house if you take my shoes off or not, right?
A lot of people think hell's is this place where it's just like, it's a burning fire hot place, lava.
Well, agree. But you said, do you want to be with me or not? and
Yeah.
or not is the reason why they turn away. And so when you say
Yeah.
or not, what is the or not? Is you're not
What's
coming
the
to heaven.
what? Yeah.
You're not going to
So
come and hang out with me. And why are you not going to come out and hang out with me? It's because you didn't do what I said. And so they're
Yeah.
thinking about after life. They don't
Yeah.
understand that you are here and how did you get here. So
Yeah,
that is
exactly.
where it's very interesting, and how do you bring it back to how people started? And we can't
Yeah.
explain that.
Yeah.
So if that's a miracle on its own,
Yeah.
would there be a higher power that created that? Whether we
And
go and
yeah.
turn forward or not, and that's where agnostic comes in. Is like, regardless if you went forward or not, you believe that something created you.
Yeah. And here's the thing,
And
right?
that turns you
is-
from atheist to agnostic very quickly to say that
Yeah.
there was something else.
Yeah, yeah. And here's the thing, right? When it comes like to heaven and hell, it's like, you know, if you don't want to be with God because you feel like, you know, he's trying to dictate who you are, and you don't want to live up to a higher authority.
Not dictate who you are, but where you're going.
Yeah, where you're going, and that's the thing. That's how we feel, right? But for them, they feel like, oh, that we don't want to have to answer to like
At the
a
end.
higher. At the
Answer
end, we
to
don't
it.
want to have to answer to anything, right?
Yeah.
But okay, that's fine, you know. But like, you know, hell, it's the place that is devoid of God, if that makes sense. When you die, you know, it's either you want to be with God or devoid of God. And I don't know how you picture it. It's like, if you want to picture like,
I don't
flame
know, and nobody really knows. We have experience. We
what I
have.
feel like it is, it's just a place devoid of God. You know,
I
And-
don't really know. I believe that there is something else.
Yeah.
That possibly you can move forward. I believe also in a little bit of I think it's Buddhism who believes in reincarnation.
You know, for me, I just like to err on the safe side, dude.
Have you heard about reincarnation and like little kids and stuff like that?
Yeah, I have.
The weird stories that come out with that, like, I really don't know what's going on. What I want to say is I'm going to be thankful for everything I have, and I hope that I live a better life to encourage the next generation, regardless of where I go after this. So I hope that is a good enough character to, if there is something that I can pass forward. But
Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you right now. I'm low key tired. I think I'm gonna sleep.
no, you're
But
good. Your girl's calling you out. You need
I
to go and
wanna-
do your shit, man.
I definitely want to keep in touch with you. Do you have like Discord or anything?
Yeah, if you go onto my shit, I just posted a new Discord. I got my Instagram. It's all in the description of the
Here.
live video. It's
Add
the
me on-
profile with the Viking horns. It's not the cartoon monkey though.
You just want to add me right now? That's yeah.
It's on Discord.
That's my Discord. Yeah, that's my Discord.
I really don't know how to use Discord that much.
Oh, do you?
If you go and hit me up on there, I'll post it up right here though. Hold on.
How about Instagram? Do you have Instagram?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Just add me on Instagram.
All right, for sure. Yeah, I got my my YouTube one, but I'll hit you up like on my actual one. We'll we'll talk, man. But
we could definitely do. It'd be fun to have you on a podcast because I'm planning on.
That's what
doing
I'm saying, man. Like I would want to have you back on. You seem like have a good mindset.
Wait, did you record all of this? You didn't
yeah.
record this, did you? You did record this.
No, we're live right now. Like it's still recording.
That's hilarious. Oh
Are
my
you
God.
live right
Is anyone
now?
watching? No, I'm not. I haven't started my YouTube yet. But is anyone watching?
There's 5 people watching.
Do they respond to anything I said?
It says ask him to play a song.
Oh, I can play a song for you.
All right, let's go. What song are you gonna play?
This song is called "Meant to Be" by Melissa Polinar.
Oh yeah. All right, let's hear it, man.
Slowly stars go out each night. Dark meets light, kiss the sun goodnight. A new day comes, as though life's just begun. You're now mine. And every time you hold my hand, it's an understanding of who I am. A new life is born, unlike before. I'm now yours.
Yeah.
You can feel in the summer breeze. Tonight the world's at ease. You are the one for me. After all the waiting, I can finally breathe. Earth and sky say what they may. I will love you all throughout my days. Happiness happens when our hearts combine. When it's with you, I come alive. It's so clear to see, darling, we are meant to be.
Hell yeah, man. Hey, like, not only did I give you props for being know how to play the guitar and sing, but you did the both at the same time. So that's props. And then not only did you do that, but you did it in front of 6 people because there was 5 watching and then me. So
Wait, did anyone say anything? I probably did horrible. I'm sorry.
No,
It's
you're
late
good,
at night. My voice is kind of shaky right now. But,
hey, the fact that you did it means that you have courage, and I respect that. So
thank you. Thank you, man.
Cheers to you.
Did you add me on Instagram yet?
No, I'll fucking add you after the stream because I gotta go on do it and shit. But I have your shit pulled up. I got your Discord and your Instagram.
Yeah, let me.
But if you want to add me on Instagram, it's EarthMonkey69. So.
Earth Monkey.
Hey, the guy who said ask him to play a song, he said, "Cool, man." Boy from the Bay, is that you?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. All right, for sure, man.
All right, you have a good one.
Hey, you as well. I appreciate the conversation, man. I hope you have a good life. If I don't hear from you,
Well, you'll hear from me.
All right.
So, yeah.
Later, man. Let's see. Yo, dude.
Hey, bro.
What's going on, man? Hey, what's your
Let's
shirt
go
say?
home.
Nike International Goddess of Victory. Hey, I got a question for you. Are you
Wait,
pro-life?
what?
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Choice.
So you think abortion is okay?
Okay.
Why?
Fuck you.
That's the response. Boy from the Bay, I hope you have a good night too, man. I know you said you were about to go to bed, so hope you have a good one. Yo, dude. Damn, what time is it actually? It's already 1:30. Alright. I'll do 3 more unless we get a good one. Yo, dude. Oh. The shock factor. Gotta get past it. Come on now. Are we going? No? Okay. Yo, dude.
What's up, dude?
Hey, I got a question for you.
What?
Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
Huh?
Like, and do you think abortion's okay, or do you think it's wrong?
I mean, if they don't want the baby,
What do you think about the baby though?
Man.
I mean, it's a hard. That's why I'm asking it. It's a hard question because, like, doesn't the baby matter?
It's a human.
I appreciate
I'm
you.
drinking urine.
Well,
I was kidding. It's tea.
If it's urine, at least that person was born to give you urine, right?
Yeah.
No, but you agree with me in a sense, right? It's a human. So if you decide that it's like, you obviously say pro-choice, but you wouldn't kill something yourself. You think most people want to hear that, so you say it, but you don't agree with it. So that's what's so confusing to me, and I'm trying to get over. But
why did you get someone pregnant?
No, I never have, because I've always been aware of what the outcome is, and that's really what the decision is unless you get raped, but the decision is your outcome, right?
Yeah.
If you are gonna have sex, and if you were to have sex right now, you can get pregnant, correct?
Yeah.
A possibility of you getting pregnant at least, and so if it does happen, is it not the fact that you had sex, not the fact that a baby is born?
It is really confusing.
And it's just basically it's your burden, not the baby's, right?
Yeah, and it's still human. So.
Exactly. So it'd be your mistake, not the human inside of you's mistake. And that's really what the debate is. But where are you from, dude?
Indiana.
Indiana. That's cool. How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
16. 14.
Oh wait, what'd you say?
14.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just started freshman year? Be careful,
Sucks.
man. If someone does, just know that your outcome is possibility of you having a baby, and if the father decides to not stick around, then you have to stick around with it. But you wouldn't kill something, is what it sounds like, and you would actually have the child. So whoever you do decide to hook up with, make sure you're being smart about it.
Okay.
But I hope you have a good night, man.
You too.
Thank you. That was a good way to end it. A good one. But I hope you guys all have a good night. And as always, a good day tomorrow. I will be posting midday video just to kind of say what's up and let you know what's going on in the day and see what the hell is going on with our culture and how it's being destroyed. But at the same time, I might go live tomorrow night. Maybe just a MAGA hat reaction. Tonight wasn't as intense because people didn't see the hat, but maybe tomorrow we'll go on full on. I'll see if my buddy wants to chill and shit, and we'll do some funny. But I felt like it was needed to get a little perspective on what people were thinking at the moment and take them away from politics and think about a life and what you're doing and how you're living and your consequence over your conceived. So I hope you guys all have a good night. I appreciate you all. Hit the thumbs up. It helps with the algorithms to go and comment, and after the live stream, obviously, and give like a little booster to it. But catch y'all. Peace. Night, bro. Babies roll. Hell yeah. All day. I pretty much got everybody to agree with me in a sense, one way or another. So I really love this video, and I'm gonna do it again, definitely. Peace.